Shackles with the good old Manta style Hex catch. On to the Ember they go, but Yowai totally ignoring the Mask of Madness, rolling in with the Scotty as the damage is pouring out onto the Radiant side. Yowai is thinking about it. He will commit eventually. Out comes the Eclipse and the Solar Guardian looking to help out the Luna, but as Fernance dies and the Undying returns, it's looking a little bit rough. One more Solar Guardian going out from Norma after a refresher. Leaves him a little bit dry. Turning back onto Batuk could be an option, but he doesn't have burrow time, so should you commit, but the Doom is back alive, you should back off. 50 free seconds bought by my Passion UA. 40 of those basically spent fighting for their lives, but in the end, Passion UA do take out the two supports and send TNL running. This is what all Passion UA have to believe in. They won basically the early mid game. The Waynes shoved out. They do have a safety cushion that they can rely on. The creep equilibrium just seems to be ignored by TNL. They want to fight in their safety bubble of the tier 3s. You know, chase down, find good angles, and then commit to the battles where they have advantage. Turtle up, and then go react down to mid lane, but they just don't seem to be fast enough with their current lineup. Like, yeah, for that, you need like a butterfly on your Luna, not a Daedalus, what she's going for right now. Yeah, Satanic done on your Y, an extra purge, an extra massive lifesteal component instead of the Mask of Madness now. Because that fight situation was kind of awkward where he did have the Eclipse going for the Mask of Madness active instead. Let's try to get those right clicks to pop off back and forth. So we do have a pause from Dual Rays. And we are 35 minutes in. The 5th round of Shrines of Wisdom is about to be online. (21 to 21) on the board. This QBFI Moonlighter Cracker are looking for the smoke wraparound. All that needs to happen is that they catch Norma and then obviously TNL disengage. I've been preaching it non-stop for Dawnbreaker games. But the Dawn dies, and you can't fight without the Dawn. You can still make counter moves, so if you find Crystallize all alone, and the whole team, the whole rest of the enemy team on Passion UA is engaging with the Dawnbreaker, yes, then you take the move against the Doom. But generally, you know, your Dawn dying basically means retreat fully. As the two wraparound drawings can be seen on the minimap for the keen-eyed amongst you. Move to continue the game. Crystallize resumes. As Dual Rays engages, they find QBFI first. Foul play engages, but the Shaman will still die. Full Eclipse onto position 4. Doesn't feel the best, but, you know, numbers advantage. As Roshan will definitely not respawn for at least a minute and a half. Is this really the time you want to keep pushing, TNO? You're out of buybacks. You kind of need a farm, and the top and bottom lanes are being pushed in, so... On the other hand, it is minute 35 double catapult wave push time, so... Can't really argue with it not being good to take out tier 2s, but... Yeah, that might be it. That might be the idea behind it, but beyond the tier 2 line, I don't think you should cross. And TNL do agree, and they are instantly rotating up to the top lane. Take care of the outpost. Let me farm here, says Yowai. As the Daedalus idea will be thrown out the window, thank Gaben's titties. Gaben's massive milkers, as Shannon usually says. That man swears like a trucker during pubs, and I love it. It's music to my ears. But he's so restrained during casts, man. But yeah, we are approaching this ultra late game status, like minute 42. Like late game. True late game, right? And there, Luna becomes a little bit crazy, but so does the Doom. Especially due to the fact that Crystallize move over to Satanic later on. Our tier 4 items are just appearing on the right side of the screen as well. A lot of ferric soaks, you know. Sending back 75% of the damage taken to the caster is kind of insane. Both Norma and Dual Rays count on it, which could be massive hurt for the Lishrak as tier 3 Gambit on the offlane for both sides. Doomplay onto the Luna. I don't know if you can save her, but they will certainly try. Dual Rays and Norma throw down the Solar Guardian, and with the catch, they will take out Moonlight. Catch up from Dual Rays onto Crystallize. A little bit of remnant dodging back and forth, but Cracker needs to reverse strain onto Crystallize if they want to keep them alive. But Duke just disappears as the Luna got the Tombstone treatment. Some miracle has actually brought it on that Yowai survived the Doom play. But the Tombstone helped for certain. The fact that he popped out and threw out the Eclipse at that low HP was kind of sincerely insane. But a full team wipe. Or basically, I guess, 4 kills will almost happen. I thought Crystallize died in that fight, but evidently not. But 4-4-1 is generally a good deal. I would take in the Ocean stores any time of the day. But yeah, one last outer tower on the Radiant side, and then it is high ground time for both teams. Although, first tier 3 tower was broken just a minute ago by the TNL side. A 14k net worth lead. As TNL are about to break 100k net worth. Passion UA are around at 85. Roshan screams, but the Radiant does not react. How could they? Aegis, Refresher Shard, and Cheese picked up. Cheese on Fernance. Refresher Shard on Dual Rays. And still keep an eye out on Norma's Refresher Orb, which is about to get off cooldown. A little bit of Shiva's Guard back and forth. I must say, this decides the point, but Passion UA have constantly shoved out the side lanes. Now, they're the ones that have to deal with the mid lane, off lane being shoved in their faces. Kind of not the turn of events I expected when I was looking at the map 20 minutes ago. But, as we all know, as soon as the Luna reaches that high ground, them glaives start bouncing. Blah, 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 blah. Look at that. Look at that beauty. Easiest push of his life. There's UI. Goes on to the next one. That's what it's all about right there. Push, push, push. There's Moonlight. They're going to make the jump on to Flacco. Can they get Mr. Tombstone? Yes, they can. As dual raise. They are going to get Batuku really, really low. The Netherward absolutely ignored. Not knowing if this is the right idea, but with the Eclipse gone, they will still take out Krekker. Crystallize looking for the backline approach. He will find the Ember Spirit with the Doom. They type out the GG as Moonlight is technically gone for 110, but with Crystallize gone as well, they just crumble to the Luna and the Glaives. The fact that they didn't even manage to kill the Ember at the end there is kind of disheartening, I must agree. But yeah, you just don't want to get destroyed against that Luna. TNL will take the win in game number 1 with an unorthodox approach to the Luna and the draft. But they will take the victory over Passion UA. I mean, overall, it was looking pretty okay until the 20-minute mark. At 25-ish was when things were started to go downhill. The Luna managed to build up that Scotty, and then basically they just ran out of sustain and turnarounds. But yeah, Sanjay and Yasha on the Doom is all I'm going to say. I think that it takes way higher priority than a Harpoon. And also, yeah, you can point out that the blink might have been a little bit too late on Crystallize. Overall, I do agree there were some issues in Crystallize's build. But let's see what happens in game number 2. Can Passion UA bounce back against TNL, or will TNL take the 2-0 after the break? Ladies and gents, welcome back to Team Next Level versus Passion Your Way. TNL are cooking some really good dough here that I'm really enjoying. Passion Your Way, a few mistakes on your scorecard, my friends. Well, for one thing, the Doom never really reached that net worth potential that you usually want to have on the Doom in and of itself. Maybe that's the reason why SNY was skipped, but SNY skip never makes sense to me on the Doom, because that status resistance is basically your reason as to why the hero is just so good, because you have that extra move speed, extra HP, and this is why you're just basically a chase destruction hero. And yeah, harpoon sounds great for catching people, but when you're the one being it doesn't really help you much, does it? But yeah, maybe due to the fact that they had Solar Crest, they thought that they could skip it. Maybe the fact that Batyuk be off on a roll, but if the Abaddon's playing position 3, it can never basically become the carry, and Batyuk didn't go for auras to save the life of him. So, yeah, all Team Next Level needed to do is to get that Shiva's Guard, and the armor difference was just too much to surmount. Even despite Crystallize having the AC, it's just too much armor to go through, and yeah, I think Flacco played a wonderful Undying position 5. I was super surprised that the Solar Crest 4 staff Undying would work out this well. And yeah, even Yoai's build, the Aghanim's Blessing build, didn't make much sense at the time. But when he transitioned into Silver Edge, that extra break was a huge help against the lineup, as even the Abaddon was like half the time, like, what do I do now? But yeah, in the end, the game 1 is done and dusted. TNL crushed the Living Spirits anyway in a late game situation with Luna versus Doom. Well, let's see if TNL can do it once again, as Doom is going to get picked up by Passion Yue a second time. Not necessarily your carry this time around. It could be a possibility that B-Buddy will pick it up himself. And yeah, he's just going to do the Batyuk way of destroying the enemy. Muhaha. But yeah, Dazzle more than likely position 5. I don't think Crystallize plays it in position 1. He's not, you know, as innovative or brave as Pure. So, you know, just general avoid Dazzle carry, please. Shadow Fiend could still be an option for him, by the way. That is why TNL are rather banning off-laners and potential mid-laner with a Pango. But we are big Pangolier haters here at EPL. We just don't like the hero. It just doesn't do well. It just suffers from a lot of problems. So does the Shadow Shaman. But I think it's really interesting to see that we're one of the only tournaments where Shadow's just outright bad. To say, last season I believe it ended up with like a 40% win rate or something like that. Kind of got destroyed, as Primal Beast is going to be the last choice for more than likely Moonlight over here, with a Shadow Fiend then going to well, Shadow Fiend and Doom and Primal Beast are basically music lanes. I'm guessing they're going to wait to what is actually coming to the safe lane and then deciding on what to go on. If they want to safe lane, cheese, and humiliate the enemy lineup, they could go PL. I don't know if UI is ballsy enough. Or you could just go for the Luna once again, but PL, it's insane. Like, besides the Dazzle, nothing really counters you. Oh, the Shadow Fiend counters you. Does it? Does it? You get that Aghanim Scepter, you Phantom Rush the living crap out of it, even if it gets the Requiem with the Souls off, then you have the Axery, basically reaction. If you get low, you have the Chen, Hand of God, which basically heals you and all your illusions, and it's kind of disgusting as they pick Wind Ranger. Oh, the disrespect. Oh, I thought it was going to be carry, but no. Yo, I will pick up the Marcy carry instead. I really wished it would have been the Wind Ranger carry. I'm so mean, I know. But yeah, it's going to be the Fernance Wind Ranger overall. And it's just technically Shackle and Call combined, along with the Gale Force to just basically force people towards you. Then you can just Meteor them with the Chaos Meteor. Or push them away, you know, to just set them up for a good Tornado, Deafening Blast combinations. But Dual Raise is going for the Chorix, which is the cost combination. So we might just see Ghostwalker Radiance come over as yeah, TNL are something else in terms of drafts sometimes. Uh, they were fairly creative in season 27, in the season where they won. If they feel that they can outplay you, they are going to go for the ballsy picks, the weird strategies. And honestly, I appreciate it. I'm not a big Marcy carry believer myself, but we've seen it work fairly well until it doesn't. Because, you know, Team Spirit versus Gleaming Gladiators game 1 in EWC this year. Yeah, that was a rough one. As a Gaming Gladiator fan, that was a very bad one to watch. I was like, nope, nope. I'm gonna unsubscribe. My bribe from when I was rewatching that game. Gladiators were leading for so long. Yeah, I'm just gonna a little more extra, and then boom, they got dumpstered. But yeah, as you can see, Satan is showing you guys what the Aghanim Scepter and the Shard does. In this situation, you need to pick up the Shard plus the Radiance, which is then generally going to be the build that Dual Race has to go for if he actually wants to make this build happen. It's kind of brutal, though, because the Ghost Walk in and of itself does, I believe... How much is the damage done by Ghost Walk in this situation? That applies the ice wall damage per second. Okay, then we need to check the ice wall damage per second. Which basically by the time he finishes the Radiance should be around 50 to 60. So he basically has like a double Radiance burn on people. But yeah. Let's see if he actually goes for that build. I would really love to see him gun for it, as we see the double smoke from both sides. If it's not clear, by the way, I am leaning towards TNL in this game number 2. But yeah, Passion UA. I like the draft in the first game, but right now it's just too many tanky boys, too many cooks in the kitchen in my eyes. As they still commit to the SF mid against the Invoker, I don't believe that is the right choice in this situation. That is the Primal Beast, by the way, against the Chen lineup. Yes, you do take care of the creeps, but who's going to take care of the Marcy? This is just not going to be enough. There's just going to be too many units to mess with you. This Moonlight straight up receiving the Sunstrike on the mid lane for the first range creep last hit. As yeah, the two mid laners are already a nuisance to each other. Yo, why with the pause? But yeah, the idea, by the way, on TNL's side in the 4v5 is to just not get to the late game, where the Doom could actually become crazy. You are going to try and end the game at like minute 28, 29, constantly harassing the Doom, getting them Sunstrikes off as Yowai pulls back Batyuk to let the dinosaur stomp all over the Marcy once again. Stomp on me, senpai. Yeah, okay. To be fair, he is in one of the anime Marcy versions, so not far off the truth. You stupid gooners. I know you're watching. It's a power shot. An absolute whiff on Cracker. Yeah, clearance is basically just helping the enemy. Weird. It's on the mid lane. Yes, I've already down to half HP, but Dual Race is going for the Quas version, so generally every little orb just gives 1 extra HP regen from the Quas. The fact that Invoker is not a universal hero anymore does make the hero way more balanced, in my opinion. When he was universal, it was kind of crazy to play him. The versatility of builds you could do was insane. As a Blood Grenade down to the Wind Runner, who's gonna use the Wind Run, the namesake ability of the hero. This crystallized with the Battle Hunger is just outright suffering, to be honest with you. Infernal Blade. This is what happens when you start off with Scorched Earth and Infernal. You're just not getting the last hits. But to be fair, even with Devour, you only get a last hit every 70 seconds, so how much does that benefit you? Yeah, we'll see if the Devil's Bargain Facet will work out for him. Bind to Radiance overall. There's going to be a better workaround on the Doom. Doom is still the classic Invoker counter, by the way. But that Doom is a more suicidal style that jumps in onto the Invoker first target and gets that ultimate off. But yeah. I don't see Chen being shut down just yet. Good signs for TNL as they are looking for that first blood. Good catch from Fernance. Although Duores did do most of the work, but, you know, Fernance coming over is always a positive as normal. Used to fight off Cracker. Ooh, that Shadow Wave still hurts. Now back to the Doom versus Invoker argument. It's still going to require Crystallize to blink engage hard on the Invoker. A pulverized setup in and of itself is just not going to be enough, and catching Invoker in general will require you to spend a lot of your resources on getting dusts and sentries, which carries don't tend to do. So, you know, with it, and that means the Shaman, but then the Shaman needs to get blanked, but then you can't kill the Invoker until they get blanked, and then Crystallize needs to get blanked as well. If you run the logical itemization conclusions, it should come, the math should come out in favor of TL, as they managed to get the kill on to the Primal Beasto on the offlane as well. Ooh. Yeah, it looks like not just our broadcast is having a little bit of lags. Crystallize just insta disconnects, which puts the game into pause. Yeah, generally the Eastern European region has been having connectivity issues. You're experiencing a massive heat wave in Eastern Europe. Maybe it's just all them fires burning in Western Europe, right? Yeah, I guess too soon. Shout out to all my French and Spanish friends out there. I hope you guys are all safe. Wildfires are no joke. If you get the evacuation message, run like hell. And yes, seek shelter. But yeah, that's just the effects of this global situation. Flacco is the effect of this ganking situation. Power shot coming down from the north. They're just going to keep their distance. Kite Moonlight to death and take the SF for a ride of his life. Back to the Dire. 3-0 on TNL to start things on minute 6. And the Power Rune will most likely be sat on as Norma gets the catch on to Crystallize. Color me unsurprised. Yeah, Axe versus Doom in general is just not Doom favored. You have the counter Helix turn around all the time. The massive armor increase will always help the answer right clicks. And once your Scorched Earth is over, technically, that's when he just turns on you, sits on you, and it just calls you as Yowai. Just playing hopscotch on the dinosaur. Securing a few ranged last hits is always nice. Pulling aggro, and then, you know what? Just let it go, or... Nope, he did it again. The guys just didn't see it on camera. Yeah, Shrines of Wisdoms will be active in 40. Could be a little bit of a pickle. But Dual is already pushing on the mid lane with the Invoker and the help of the Chen. And Fernand standing by. Tornado, Meteor combination on the mid lane. Moonlight. Oh no. Yeah. Ouch. I don't want to be Moonlight this game, man. That hurt me to the core. Man, we talked about putting the SF against the Evoker in general is just not the idea. And you can say that, yo, the only reason Moonlight is losing the lane is because he's just rotating in ganks. But, I mean, honestly, you could just rotate into Dazzle and the Shaman, and the result would be pretty much the same. Yeah, you might kill one of the supports or the Invoker itself, but net-wise, you're going to be coming off on the bottom side of things because Fernandez is just dishing out the damage long-ranged. And the rest of the team is just, you know, dunking on you. But yeah, Observer War taken out on the mid lane. Moonlight knows that they are preparing for more of these little ganks against him. That's Flacco. This congregation grows. He does keep this Harpy Stormcrafter for a while now. As your why goes for the Battle Fury Marcy build. I do approve of this one. Fernandez looking for the road to crystallize. Hide in the trees, little one. Hide in the trees, little redhead. Oh yeah, the Arcana Wind Ranger will show his ugly head eventually. So will Yawai. Now he's got Fleeting Fury. He's got a Fury combo every time he gets a rebound on someone. And he lands the rebound, yes, that's when he gets the Unleash stacks. Fury stacks, technically, but yeah, it's so weird that you have the name of the spell, and then the traits the spell gives is different. Just Unleash Fury combos. Call them the spell then Unleash Fury. Or something like that. As Fernandez, gonna get the Infernal Blade, but Wind Run is Wind Run, I guess. Very, very balanced spell. As the TP tries to escape, but there's the join in from Moonlight. The first kill on the board for Passion UA as they're looking to make a turn on the bottom. Out comes the Onslaught. Good with the Pulverize, but Yoai gonna rebound onto the other side. Escaping Moonlight's Reckon the Soul. They might catch Flacco here. As QBFI comes from the other side. Good shackle onto the Chen. They get that kill as it's 5-2 now. Passion UA showing teeth. But still. Yoai #1 in the net worth farming casualties as they move over to Crystallize. Good rebound. Good with the call. Good with the catch. Perfect with the Sunstrike. And Norma just dunks it. Shame it wasn't on camera. You know, you get the picture. I paint the picture for you. Come on, Satan. I believe in you. As in not in Crystallize, but our Russian cameraman. Do love that guy to death. Recently went to change his gamer tag to Sticky Fingers because he's listening to Rolling Stone these days, and they've got an album apparently called Sticky Fingers. Although all I listen to all the time is just painting everything black to reflect the darkness in my soul. The pain I feel as a tier 1 tower falls is immense. 2 tiers up so far, as it looks like Passion Your Way will take their first objective as well against the Radiant on the safe lane. A 3k net worth lead for the TNL side. It's the total opposite of what we saw the previous game. Crystallize once again 6th place on the net worth chart. We're kind of seeing the repeat of the previous game in terms of his net worth classification. Yeah, not getting that Midas quick enough. It's kind of rough. Although last time it was around minute 16. I could check for you guys when he actually got the item. Oh, minute 12. My bad. Oh, the Radiance was minute 16. Gotcha. I mean, that's not too bad, but yeah, with the Midas still not in hand at minute 12. Talk about rough. But yeah, dying twice on the lane does that to you as Norma. He's looking to stare down the axe. Exor, triple Exor pre-prepared on the Invoker, but I don't think the jump's gonna happen. Norma doesn't want to commit, doesn't have the blink yet. Just picked up the Blade Mail, so it's gonna be a while since we see the call. Blade Mail plays. QBFY indicating that they can't go at the enemy. Why not just rotate the axe since there's vision in the TNL jungle? Yeah, I don't think the cliff vision is there, and you know, clearly we see everything. Yeah, it's gonna be an interesting thing to see if they ever put down the silence. Okay, Hand of God used, pre-doom, so the axe does have a chance, although a tiny chance. Sunstrike will hit, but the Shallow Grave will save. Norma still dies to the Doom ultimate, but they will get Yo Y to turn on to. Crepper be gone, as so is Crystallize. As they continue to demoralize Passion UA. Wise Battle Fury continues with the Kung Fury. As actually with Yawai having a Chen creep come around everywhere with him. Basically lended over by Flacco. I don't know if he's asking Flacco to control her or he gets to have the shared control, by the way. I mean, it's either or. I believe it's shared control that he's taking over. But, you know, he's asking Flacco to just not pull my creep away, please. And as out goes the Cold Snap, Meteor combo, Moonlight, and half HP already. Going for the Yasha, then straight up Blink. After the Yashikaya, and Aghanim Scepter. Very greedy build on the SF. We'll see if he can get it as Yawai gonna get dunked on. Good with a little Pulverize. Easy kill onto the Marcy. With a 4K network difference, TNL are in a solid lead. Yeah, we hit the 15-minute mark. And the Croaker camps are ancient camps. Yeah, as the position 3s are farming up their blinks first. There's a little bit of silence on the map, although Batyuk is going for BKB first item. Looking to mitigate the axe, I guess. You know, just get into these fights, because Shackle Shot. I know all the creep disables. Yeah, a little bit of silence has kicked in on the map at minute 16 as Crystallized QBFY. They're on the chase on Flacco. Yeah, Drums of Endurance coming out from the Chen. And his massive congregation is fleeing the lands of the Dire. And no counter move on to the enemy off lane. They see Cracker on the mid lane. Good call, good Sunstrike. The kill still goes to Norma. Beak Snake committed on to tier 1 number Y. Looks for the rebound. There's the angle. There's the catch. This found him as Yo Y takes the kill. dispose, but yeah. Throw out the trash. No, know its place. That's the name of the spell. I would absolutely be a good spell name giver at Dota. Like, if Valve wants to hire me to just rename spells, I'd be absolutely down. That's all I would do, just rename spells. For one thing, it would confuse the living crap out of pro players, and analysts would hate me. I would take the blame, but the name is so awesome for the spells. I would grant you that, 100%. Culling Blade would be renamed into Dunker. Folk would be like shoot shit at everything. Unleash would basically be Super Saiyan mode. Hand of God would be basically called Heavenly Blessing, I guess, is a way better name for it. Invoker's Invoke would just basically be Abra whatever. I just think of just Invoker spells. EMP? No, that's not what you would call it. You would call it Lightning Circle. Tornado is just basically called Florida Cyclone. Alacrity means hit fast. Deafening Blast would basically be Wave of Disarm. Ice Wall would be called Ice Path, because that's what it actually is. And then basically Jakiro's spell will be called Ice Wall. Ghost Walk would basically be Annoying Invis. Cold Snap would be Lynx Stop Ice. Sunstrike would be called Flamer. Fort Spirit would be Magma Mephit or whatever. Meteor would just be called Meatball, as it should be. But one thing's for certain, TNL rotating into Roshan with a 4K net worth lead at 19 minutes in. It doesn't look like Passion are gonna resist in any shape or form. There's a tier 2 being sacrificed for this case. Bottom side of the map. As Crystallize is looking to rebuy his Midas. But still, the acceleration and farm he's looking for with this Doom carry is just not coming this time around. As Batyuk, good with the catch, is binding down onto dual rays. But even despite the BKB, it doesn't really look like B-Body is finding the angle he's looking for. As, by the way, we haven't really been talking about dual rays as Invoker. Really good Sunstrike hits. He did pick up the Aghanim Scepter. Is going after the Drums of Endurance for a Boots of Travel. More than possibly that he's going to be selling his own drums sooner rather than later to pick up the BO3 and then basically transition maybe to that Radiance, maybe to Shiva's Guard. It's basically up to him what he wants to pick up. One thing is for certain though, first tier 2 tower definitely taken on both sides. As a Radiant Stormy, Flacco gets the shard. No Gale Force for us, but we do get Ancient Holy Persuasion on creeps. Chen, in my personal opinion, is still the hardest hero to play in the game. As there's the call on to QBFY. Dunk that foul chicken back into oblivion. Down and walks 3 Fort Spirits and a massive wave of creeps. Okay, it's not a massive wave, but it's a big wave. There's your Y. Working hard. It's just a hand for the Marcy and the Sanjay Yashas close to be on the way. The BKB helps out hard. Likely after the S29 you can go for the Basher build. And then just, you know, end things. Nice and easy. Crystallize. Ping into the Dire Jungle, but I'm not really sure this attack would lead into anything good. But you would try. Here comes QBFY with the big snack as well, but the Shackle Shot is 10 out of 10. Reckoning the Soul sends them running. They will take out Norma, but it's not the cleanest approach. At the same time, can they catch the rest of the team? The answers are resounding no, as Dulre's simultaneously protecting against the offensive on the bottom. Moves over to the Lincoln Sphere, post Boots of Travel. Shackle shot, QBFY. Dodging left and right, shackle play on BOI as in comes by Tuk with the pulverize. Once again, a BKB sit as Yoi has 2 more minutes of Aegis time almost. As last shackle go once again. Hold on to the red-headed lady, and that's an easy kill. Out comes the ice wall, along with the deafening blast and the meatball as well. Yoi looking for the turn, goes in with the rebound and the catch. Is looking to be extremely aggressive as a call would be great here, but the doomed up Axe isn't really having the best of times. The Aegis will be broken on Yoi. I think that should put an end to the fighting, and no casualties were taken on the Passion Yoi side, and of course with Norma dying, there isn't really of an aggression left on TNL's side. Passion Yoi, could they have chased? I mean, without the BKB on the Primal Beast, and the Shadow Fiend still being on cooldown, I think the wise decision is definitely evade the conflict until you have your BKBs and ultimates back. Maybe not wait for the Doom, but generally just get your Pulverize and your BKB back on the Primal Beast is the wise idea. That is basically the reason why they're like, yeah, let's just be happy, we took what we could. Well, let's look to reset. Passion you away. Is the Dire Doom working out better? Well, Dire Doom is 3rd place at 24 minutes in instead of 25. He didn't really keep his net worth position last game around. But in general, I'd still say Crystallize is rather on the struggling end of the stick for now. The casual 1k net worth lead between him and the Marcy is not insurmountable by any means, but it will have to happen. It'll have to happen in fights, for sure. Oh no, the Rota on the Twin Gates. They're prepared for it. Cracker! Can you make the catch? Can you make the catch? He doesn't make the catch. He doesn't make the move. He's just hiding in the trees. Oh no. A life of Dazzle. A life of Dazzle. Shackle to a tree. Throws out the Nothel projection in time. But Cracker, oh, you're going down, my friend. That goes the BKB, just in case Moonlight wants to choose the Reckoning of the Souls. But Duke finds a pulverized angle, not at the perfect time. Hand of God, control this. Crystallized, looking for the angle, does not want to use the Doom on Yoi just yet. The right click should suffice, as he will be happy with this. 50 seconds without the Marcy. As for Nance, Shackle catch, turns on to QBFY, but the Big Snake is doing a lot of big damage. As Dulre's gonna help out against that QBFY Big Snecker, but yeah, they will finally find the QBFY angle as the Shackle shot catches Big Snack along with Batuk and the Dazzle, and QBFY will be going in favor of TNL. 3 for the price of 1, but that 1 being your carry. You be the judge if that is worth it. Let's Crystallize. No way Dulre's actually makes this catch or approach. You just don't attack the Doom, despite him not having the BKB. All alone, it's kind of suicidal. Not kinda, absolutely suicidal. As Yoi, not actually looking for the Basher, he's going straight for the Daedalus. Interestingly enough. As Cracker in the trees. Kind of avoiding and evading the Radiant enemy, Dulre's. Looking for the burn. Easy Shackle catch. No, switching over to Sentries, by the way. to actually make that catch. As on the mid lane, we have a YY catch along with the Reckoning of the Souls. Good dunk onto QBFY. Up top, Cracker gonna disappear, but the 2-for-1 is gonna be a 2-for-2 as Norma will die on the mid lane as well. Yeah, there's just no way the Axe escapes that situation, but a very split approach coming out from TNL. The fact that they lose YY once again 2 times in a row is not boding well, as Crystallize finally takes net worth position 1 with a Doom in 2 games. But with the blink, my friends, he is looking rather more solid. Although, is he? Oh, Fernance. I just had to compliment him, didn't I? Well, yeah, there's that blink. Escape as Batyuk. He's like, guys, I'm being burned by something. Look, there's a redhead tickling my back. Let me just charge at her. Onslaught going through, but no. No, goodbye. Goodbye, says the redhead. Just like every redhead in my life said goodbye to. Oh well, 16-10 with 28 minutes in. We have a Lotus Orb being built up on Fernance, but I think he is basically the next catch on the mid lane if he doesn't disengage. Ooh, nice haste from Fine. Picking up the red piece of candy. Fernance is just fast as hell, boy. With a quad smoke. Let's check inside that Roche pit. There's nothing in there. Or is there? Passion Yue grouping up around the pit itself as Fernance is looking to break everything and everyone and giving Norma targets, but Norma finds no targets. Turn around onto the redhead as they will pulverize her into the ground. Fernance is gone as Batyuk looks to rush through. Everything Flacco has left behind. The creeps do be dying and TNL do be retreating. As despite being 5 kills behind, Passion Yue are more than happy to be in the lead. Moonlight committing hard with the Requiem of the Souls. Send them running. Although no kills found just yet. Batyuk looking to connect with Flacco. Pulverize the Chen, but not today. As Dulrace throws out the Ice Wall along with the Meatball, but big quick reaction with the BKB. Batyuk is happy that he's forcing out spells. Sunstrike once again inside the pit, but the pit is still empty. Gaben's not filling that pit for you. You can keep checking, but there's nothing inside, Dual Rays. There's only death, and the death will be delivered by Crystallize and QBFY. There's that engagement we were waiting for. The classic of the Invoker being found by a support, and the Doom just coming in to rain on your parade. Although Moonlight still took the kill, but it is what it is. As, of course, the offlaner, who should be tanking, Roshan, is just nowhere to be found. Batyuk finally shows his head as Moonlight and Batyuk helping out with the damage. Fernance does throw in an arrow, but that's all she wrote. As Roshan, oh no, he's looking to take his daytime stroll now. Avoid him. Just don't walk in his path. Moonlight is still tickling him, harassing the old man during his walk in the river. Kind of rude, but it is what it is. 4 stacks on the Shadow Rays, 5 stacks on the Shadow Rays. How many can we get on top of this? 6 stacks, 7 stacks on the Shadow Rays. No way, 8 stacks on the Shadow Rays, but he's not committing to the Roshan as Batyuk finds a good target. Onto Yue, he moves. BKB used, but with the refresher, they just crush Yue and Fernance to the ground. No way, dude. No way. Batyuk with the goated find. That is insane that he catches Yue instantly without thinking, commits to the second set of Pulverize and BKB. You could ask, where the hell was Norma throughout that fight, but he was just out of reach, farming on the outskirts, pushing out the wave. They knew the positions, they knew the angles, they went for it, and they got it. Crystallize with the Aegis, Passion Yue. I'm just dumbfounded how well that worked out for them. It wasn't the Watcher. I'm guessing it was a break. I'm trying to get the combat log back and then just check where the positions were, but what a find. Oh, it was the Moonlight Illusion. Oh, the Moonlight Illusion gave them vision, and TNL accidentally commit to it. No, and Batyuk finds the angle on Yowai. Man, that is pain. 7k net worth lead for Passion UA. As a full commit to Tormentor number 2 will grant them Batyuk's shard, which is going to be the rock throw. Interestingly enough, QBFY is just chicken out of luck at this point. On the other hand, yeah, like, the Shadow Shaman shard is just not as impressive as it used to be. I mean, Shackle with 3 extra wards? Hell yeah. But yeah, here comes the call. Good catch on QBFY, but once again, the Reckoning of the Souls is just doing too much damage. Yowai and Fernand's not going to survive this one. As the Doom just thrown out at your face. Kind of hurts. I'm not going to lie. Norma only finding that one call and not even getting the kill off is even worse. Yeah, straight up Twin Gate approaching the enemy, never advised. And it's Passion UA. They're gonna take down that tier 2 tower. And Crystallize once again on the Harpoon train. This time though, he is up there on the top 3 net worths, along with his teammates. Batyuk and Moonlight still pulling ahead of him, but doesn't seem like it matters at this point as Batyuk dives forward, goes for the Pulverize, will be stopped in his tracks. But at the end of the day, he's just going to disengage. Light. Easy takeover on terms of the outpost, and of course, melee racks and position tier 3 tower taken. Passion UA just with a good target focus. A lot of dissonance on the TNL side after those few fights. But yeah, just a comeback mechanic in the game. It looks like this 20-minute fight, constant fighting, one way or the other, is going to end. And this time it worked out for Passion UA. But for the second time in a row, it is the Dire side that can just swing back really, really hard at the Radiant. And Passion UA are just utilizing these map rotations to perfection. But Batyuk stealing the Shrine of Wisdom. As QBFY up for the chase. There is that catch once again. BKB, this time with Reckoning of the Souls. Can they keep Dual Rays in Fear and in Vision? The Ghost Walk ain't gonna help you now as QBFY just zappity zaps you to death. Good catch onto the Chen as well. QBFY is just cooking with the Shaman. Once you get that blink, it's just easy pickings with this guy. As Cracker keeps them nice and healthy with the GG boots. And doesn't even need to activate it after that engagement. 4-man smoke up onto the back line. They don't want to tell them where they are, as even though Flacco's congregation comes out to check onto the back line, maybe even cut some couriers, it doesn't really matter as Crystallize. No Aegis needed. He's just fully committing onto this mid lane. Norma joining in with the call. Good with the play, but Shallow Grave on this Doom. Can he get the dunk off? No, he cannot as Moonlight. He's just wrecking house right now. Full team wipe on the side of Passion UA, taking on the enemy. No losses whatsoever for Passion UA after this. And 24-16 in 36 minutes. It's about the same timing. But still, 25k net worth lead. They just shut down Passion UA's attempts at making this game work. And yeah, just classic Invoker counter to Doom, this time working out way, way, way better. But yeah, same timing, similar net worth difference, by the way. I'm just trying to check. Similar timing still. There was a 5-minute difference between the two, but the kill count is generally way more impressive on this side. 8 kill difference overall. Passion UA just way more tactical, way more considered in fights, and yeah, just a different team in 2 games. Well, let's just see what happens in game number 3 right after the break. Ladies and gents, welcome back to game number 3 of Team Next Level versus Passion UA. My name is Dodai, and we are here with game number 3. Team Next Level will be stealing the Doom this time, as Passion UA want to capitalize on the Shadow Fiend for a second time. It didn't really work out. In previous iterations, I do believe they banned it in the first game, right? And then in the second time, yeah, you know, it worked out well, so why not pick it up again? What am I saying? Yeah. So since it worked out well, why don't they pick it up again? As Team Next Level, we're stealing the Doom this time. As it's hard to say, you know, in general, why not being able to keep your lead is just so hurtful. Like, why does it hurt you so much? But generally, that 5K net worth lead is just not really enough to actually ball into the win of the late game, is it? And yeah, that's why, like, if the bigger they are, the bigger they fall is especially true in the minute 25, minute 30-ish mark of the game. And thus that being the term, like, thus being the meta of the game, the timing of the game, that's why we see so much TB. And yeah, the map basically dictates what heroes are having fun on it. And in game number 2, I would say, if you really want to simplify it, in game number 1, I think Passion UA had the bad itemizations. In game number 2, it was TNL that kind of messed up. Like, I don't really understand. If you go for the Quas Invoker, why do you go for the Aghanim Scepter, skip out the Shard, and not go for the Radiance? I guess you just don't really want to passive sit on the back line and destroy them. Like, despite them having dust, you're still going to burn them for 120 DPS per second, which would be the general approach of the Invoker in that case. But yeah, and you know why, you know, basically skipping the Basher was weird. But yeah, overall it looks like B-Buddy with some of those charges, especially that Roche charge, right? Before they actually gained their second or first Aegis, I do forget which one. But yeah, we all know in the Radiant Jungle was sitting TNL, and they just found the SF Illusion, full committed to it, and Batyuka's like, yeah, we'll kill your Y. Cool. Cool story, bro. See ya. And then I think after that it went pretty much downhill after 2025, 22. But yeah, it just sprawled out of control. I think TNL never recovered after that loss of a fight. They did struggle for a while, and there were some opportunities, I guess, like at minute 27, 8, I guess, was there like a few good fights that they could have taken, but once again, back calls, bad jumps, Batyuk being a menace, a Doom landing on your Y one too many times, and you're just done. And yeah, that's what Dota is like right now. Blink and you miss it kind of fights, blink and you miss it kind of situations. As Passion UA end the draft with a Phoenix. Okay. Interesting. Fully committing to the SF carry, as that means Phoenix 5, Shaman 4, and offlane Abaddon with the mid lane Storm. I mean, there's 2 teamfight oriented spells with the Borrowed Time, Massive Snake, actually 3 with the Massive Snake, 4 if you count the Reckoning of the Souls as well. Big cooldowns on the Big Snake and the Supernova for sure. Well, this should be 5 Phoenix, right? With the position for Shaman. And I'm guessing they're trying to counter the Warlock pick over here. Team Next Level kind of setting themselves up for like Shadow Wave-ish, Explode-ish kind of draft, with the Marcy definitely becoming a core in this situation. And yeah, they're pushing the issue. They're going for the Marcy carry one more time, or are they? No. It's actually going to be the offlane Dazzle as Fernance and Flacco take the Warlock and the Marcy. Yo, why with the carry Doom? Offlane Dazzle, baby. Against the carry SF, I guess. That seems interesting. I won Passion UA first game, TNL won. When TNL second game, Passion UA won. So you can, you know, instantly say that I'm cursed today. But I'm going to go Passion UA again. Let's just be double turncoats. Why the hell not? Overall, it does look like the Supernova is just a good spell here, but Chaotic Offering combined with the Lesh, it's just so much damage, man. If Batyuk buys a pipe, this is survivable. Because then you can just go turn around with a Supernova and just wreck him. Right? Right? I feel like Padme in the Attack of the Clones, man. It feels so weird. Like you needed the Disney movies to be so bad so that we appreciate the prequels for being good. But when those movies were coming out, they weren't good. I mean, I like The Phantom Menace because I was 7 years old when it came out. But other than that, it was like, it's fun. It's fine, you know? But it has no deeper meaning as space drama. If you actually do want to look for good sci-fi, I do recommend The Expanse or anything else. There's just so many good shows out there. For All Mankind on Apple TV. That's a good one. But yeah. Both drafts have their merits and their downsides. But in general, I do love a genuine carryover to Doom. As the Doom lost the first game, won the second, but will it win the third is the question. As the Dazzle did win as a support, can it win as a core is the question now as we start off with a pause. Surprise, surprise. Color me unsurprised. I always think that the circus music sound effects were actually from Jenkins, but maybe he has a different iteration of it. Yeah, do love me some Surrection Slacks, as then Gaben percentage graph is fairly agreeing with me, which is always a bad omen in general. Why would you agree with me, Gaben? Why? Why would you do this to me? To me! Man, the question does remain. Is it gonna be... What the hell is that sticker? Holy moly. Where the hell did you make that sticker? That is so cursed. I love it. Yeah, I'm more than likely guessing it's a TI team sticker. There are some really, really unhinged ones out there, so if you bought the team support packs, you can have the unhinged stickers. I think the Russian smile is by far the best one. It's super tilting for a lot of enemies. To me, I always just laugh at it, like, huh, idiot, throws out the Russian smile, but... in general, taunting your enemy is not my way. I do prefer respecting my enemies. Sending them to hell respectfully, and then dancing on their graves is the way to go, in my opinion. Humbly. Trash talk them behind their back. Respect them in your front. Well, that's just my way. I mean, if someone trash talks, I'll trash talk back. Who wouldn't? Like, we've all grown up on the playground, right? Been outside skateboarding and talking with other kids, learning the regular ways of the trash talk. And then we all went to the Xbox chat rooms and grew up on Halo, right? Right? I guess. So laning stage starts off fairly quietly. Just a little bit of back and forth in the first two waves, but no true pain for either side, as a little bit of harder commit from Moonlight against Dual Rays. So yeah, as to be expected, I wouldn't be super shocked if Dual Rays gets a few licks and kills in on Moonlight, such as the way of the Misanthropy, Le Shrak, and the Diabolic Edict. But overall, it looks like we have a little bit of low HP on Moonlight on the mid lane. There's a Lightning Storm available, but no extension from Dual Rays just yet. Some denies, wait for the creeps to invade as Moonlight zones out. There's a little bit of low HP situation on QBFY as well, but I don't think that catch is going to happen. Because Flacco doesn't really have any kind of catch. There is Shadow Word, but that's basically it. As Moonlight disengages from the mid lane, gonna have to wait for the bottle. To have a little bit of a sip as Moonlight is away with 14-3 at 2 minutes in. Yeah, both mid laners will get their rune. I always wondered if the water coming out from the river is sparkly. Because it's magical, right? Sparkly water's magical. It's the best. Anyone who says otherwise should be banned. The only reason to buy sparkly water is bubbled. The bottled water is only... should be the other one. Normal water, simple, should be tap water. That's the way it should be. In every country. All over the world. But, yeah. Corporate greed! Yay! Although, yeah, if those corporations want to sponsor me, my number is +36 30. And DM me for the rest of the digits. But yeah, we are in the rambling stage of the laning stage. Ain't much of a back and forth. This QBFY falls a little low. Nice proc of that little foul play. Easy catch onto the shaman. But yeah, that's what happens when Batyuk basically shouts out to the world that, yes, I am creep skipping to get the advantageous lane position. He sacrifices his support just to get that better position. No, such as the faith of support. Flacco and QBFY. Fighting over water rune number 2, but that does mean Moonlight is not gonna get any of that thirst quenching water. Norma backing off on the top lane with the dazzle, but no danger here. Of course, the dazzle Marcy combo, it doesn't need no introduction. Has been played multiple times on EPL as well. You rebound in, Shadow Wave for the follow-up, and of course the poison touch to slow them down and beat them to death. Dispose them even closer if you really want it to hurt. Fernance. Let's see that combo. Touch went out first as Icarus dive backwards. Fernance is melting pretty hard due to the Shadow Rays as well, but Norma will get his pound of flesh. Easy denies from Crystallize in the meantime. Man, not overly aggressive, as is to be expected in a game number 3. That's when usually people get mad at each other. Mad at each other, for sure. But TNL, for the 3rd time, proving that they're pretty decent at this landing stage thing. Yeah. Surprisingly enough, anyway, both games were won by the Dire side. So if we just go by that logic, Passion should win, right? Well, the Radiant kind of came out ahead post-laning stage, so we shall see. As Yowai, a little bit of Harpy Lightning to chase away the Abaddon, sub-level 6. As Moonlight needs a bit more mana for his ball lightning to be useful. But the fact that Dual Rays got the regen rune is just adding insult to injury from the Disco Goat. Rotation down onto the bottom as Fernance and Flacco all jumping on that Batuk. I'm guessing the Abaddon kill is going to happen one way or the other. Aphotic Shield be damned as they burn down Batuk. 3 and 1 to start things off. Foul play onto QBFY and just a casual trot to the Shrine of Wisdom as up top. Norma all alone as Crystallize will finally pick up a kill. Counter Rota to the Shrine of Wisdom on the enemy side. As Flacco will have the privilege of getting the XP. Cause yeah, this exchange always feels weird, but overall, offlane tier 1s being pushed in first are kind of par for the course. I'm not gonna lie, I'm not surprised. It's gonna become more and more frequent this patch in pro play as well. Feels unusual if all you watch is Pro Dota, but it's just the natural order of things. Especially if you have like naturally pushing heroes like Warlock and such. Fatal Bonds shoves out the wave. Overall, it just all in all makes sense as Moonlight. What's the ball lightning over the walls of the pit? Unsurprising results so far. But early game Doom and Leshrac domination. Wow, Pikachu face. As tier 1 number 2 is about to fall down on the mid lane. A little bit of rebound from Fernance. Does not reach QBFY just yet. But Duke looking to recover in the jungle. Or the triangle specifically. But they are making the rotation onto the mid lane. Too little too late. Or just, you know, even their presence is just scary. I mean, you standing under your own tower sub 10 minutes is always a little bit intimidating. That extra aura you get from the tower protection is pretty nice. As rebound catch. Does not hit the chicken bird. Let's see if Passion UA rotating Moonlight over here. Will it result in anything? Let's do a race straight for the Rod of Atos. Does seem like the better approach. You did see a Moonlight Leshrac without the Atos. Was semi-disappointed in that one, but yeah, once again, Leshrac is on the Radiant side, so if you do believe in choices, I think Dual Race is going for the right one. Well, let's see if it will pay off. QBFI and Moonlight, they're standing by for the top rune. Good find on the Marcy. DD rune picked up. Not even needs the activation as Batuk just sets up the kill for Moonlight. The Amplify Damage rune is absolutely not going to do what it has in the description. It doesn't actually give you double damage anymore. It just amplifies it. Batuk fighting back with dual rays. You can definitely equalize the lane against Lish. And a little bit of recovery for the Abaddon, and the Storm is definitely warranted. Yeah, triple smoke setup coming out from Flacco and the boys. No level 6 on Mr. Black Grimoire just yet, but I mean, with 2 stacks on the item, I wouldn't want to use it either. 5, 6, or 7 is usually when I start considering even activating the item itself. That's Cracker. Smokes break, but do they find the chicken? The answer is no, because the Icarus dive will allow the Phoenix to just escape. Full 5-man rotation to the enemy's safe lane. That was a nice setup. They just return onto the mid lane. Take care of the big snack as fast as possible as they leave behind Fernance and Yawai to pressure the tier 1 tower. QBFY coming over. But yeah, I like this Rota, re-Rota as Cracker tries to get into the triangle to get some vision. But the Atos will hit Fernance with the dispose. Trying to buy some time for the teammates. Rebound is available as well. But who do you bounce on? Is anyone going to commit? Warlock comes a little closer. Good with a rebound as... Oh, the troll creeps. We'll take care of Cracker. Awkward. I don't know who said that. I didn't even know I had those vocal tones still as Flacco. Moving over to the play. There's that K-Dog offering we wanted to see as Yawai is being held on to. Good play with the Reckoning of the Souls from Crystallize, but is it going to be enough to at least crack the egg? No, the Supernova will fall. Oh, this is a catastrophe. Let's passion you away. Look for that turnaround. This is exactly what we wanted to see with the Super and the Nova. Oh, Cracker, you beautiful bastard. Oh, no. The overcommit from TNL. It backfired so hard. Quad kill coming out from Passion UA. As they are now looking for their first objective on the map. Talk about an early game turn. As Gaben was fully in support of Passion UA, and now he is solidly giving them a 70% win probability. Well, he could take that 1% away to make it a nice win probability rating. QBFI going for the Aether Lens first. As Batyuk is already plenty aggro enough. No need for him to actually blink in. All he needs to do is just get those long range hexes off on time. Scracker approached. Ball lightning from Moonlight. A little bit of lock play onto dual rays, but the Pulse Nova damage is coming through hard. Can they at least burst down the storm? The answer is no. Crystallize with the right clicks. Takes out Fernance, then dual rays in that order. As tier 1 and number 2 on the docket will actually turn out faster than it has for the Radiant. Big damage coming out from Passion UA. The swing is kind of insane in terms of the damage and the net worth. The fastest force swing I've seen in a while. Although, yeah, now an extra Shrine of Wisdom on Crystallize. We're almost there at that level 12. Dire, just too strong today. Seemed like a dire day. Would you actually call that a D-Day? Oh, you might have heard that one before somewhere. Cracker. Look into my razor! Cryonass needs to run away. He does have to rebound. Just take the Warlock, grab that buddy of yours, and get the hell out of here. Big Snake throwing out onto tier 1 tower number 3. As it looks like, I mean, it's open for TNL to basically even up the map here. They do have Chaotic Offering. They can just push in if they want to. At least in those terms, in tier 1 terms, the map would be open. Or even, that is. Moonlight. Thinking about it. He will commit. And he goes with the ball lightning, but they get the rock on top of them instantly. Cracker pushing up as he does have the Super and the Nova to drop on top of dual rays. The egg is not looking to crack as Dual Rays gets crushed under the power of the sun. Moonlight picking up the second rune in a row, as they do not lose their tier 1 tower, and they can even turn on the rock golem as well. Real why? You need to back off, my friend. You are number 1 in the net worth chart, as you're bringing back your Midas at 60 minutes in. Well, that's a good timing. But yeah, Midas climbing is real as cracker. Looks a little pale, but, you know, still kind of okay. To be fair, this Midas Radiance build is not as good as it used to be. I do believe the Devil's Bargain was a higher percentage, and that's why the timing was just in general better, but still, you know, in pro play it's just prevalent, and even in high tier pubs I've seen slower and I've seen faster builds as well. But yeah, pubs are different for sure than competitive play, as Batyuk and Fernand's gonna be found by the 4-man approach of Passion UA. Make it a 5-man actually, as we do see Moonlight rolling in as well. Crystallized with a double kill. On to Norma they go, as Mr. Nuffle projection is not gonna do anything except die. QBFY with the big snake. Not quite at the tower, but you know what? The team can definitely push. First tier 2 tower approached by Passion UA at 18 minutes in. As, by the way, keep in mind, this is not the timing when one team turns around on the other. Passion UA, they're hitting a very fast tempo with an 82% win probability, which is basically the highest anyone's gotten in the early game so far in this series. I'm checking the first game as well. Passion had a 64% win probability at minute 15. But yeah, Gaben's feeling much more confident in them than in game number 1. So is this the insurmountable turn at 19 minutes in? I guess not, as Batyuk is going to be approached. Bro time is available, as Yoi is looking to just lay down the doom. He's going to wait around a bit. Chaotic offering as well. That seems like a little bit of overkill, but at least they don't have to use the doom on him, I guess. But yeah, tier 2 tower avenged somewhat. And I don't think Roshan is on the table for the TNL side just yet. As Cracker is pinging it. And the enemy might be coming for it. Oh, you gotta get out of there. Oh, but there's no Icarus dive. Oh, no, the chicken's in trouble. Oh, Observer and Sentry taken. Oh, Cracker hide. Oh, just hope that they will surround you and avoid you, as Dual Rays meets up with QBFY. A little bit of Tumbler's Toy action into the trees, as Dual Rays misjudges the direction. I mean, still, you can go for Tormentor in 10 seconds, so that's nice. As, on the other hand, the Passion UA are more than happy to react to you. But Duke, I'm going to get caught out. 4 more seconds for the borrowed time. He's not going to get enough time for it. As Fernand's shallow graved and healed for as long as possible, but still, another one bites the dust. Support for position 3. Passion UA want more out of this, for certain. As Moonlight slides on forward into your DMs, will find the disco go, by the way, as that is why Dual Rays is just not up for it. Reckoning of the Souls will catch another, as the buyback of Fernand's for what? Buyback for what? But yeah, Blink grants you aggression, Blink grants you escape. Now this Lashrak wanted aggro with the Atos and is biting the dust hard on that one. Fernandez does steal an amplified damage room from the mid lane, but he's not anytime soon becoming the 3.5 carry that the team needs. That is more than likely going to be QBFY on Passion UA. Because he, unlike the Leshrac, well, no, just like the Leshrac, still not aiming for a blink. He is bringing out a boot of Tranquility Boots. Okay. Crystallize done with the BKB. Effectually. As Hurricane Pike away from the goat. Let's see if it'll be enough damage with the Mask of Madness to survive. The answer is a big fat no. As Flacco takes the double kill. Rock Golem committed for this. Oh yeah, we just call it Warlock Golem, but still. We still say dropping the rock, right? Although we use that expression. No, dropping the hammer is what we say for OD. Dropping the rock is still Warlock's spell. I'm thinking of old casting days of like 2012, 2015. The ones the current goated TI caster generation grew up on. I got to Dota really late, relatively late in Dota 2 terms. Because, yeah, I was just like Kuro. Dota 1's the thing, Dota 2's a scam, boo! Yeah, the good old days. Remember when we were all Blizzard fans? Remember when Yules used to have charges? As good catch on to the Phoenix at least. TNL will pick up a kill for the first time in a long time, but the slide in onto YoY, Doom out onto the Storm Spirit, but it doesn't really matter. And that's not true, it's not the first kill in a long time. Because they did just kill the SF and the Shaman not 2 minutes ago. But the Phoenix hasn't died since the laning stage, so, you know, keeping Cracker in line is always good. But they just picked up instant re-aggression coming out from Passion UA. Despite the 4v5, they're just going to keep on rolling with it. A huge Split Earth, though, could be turned into something as well. But Moonlight and QBFY melted. It doesn't look like Passion UA's efforts are basically bringing in the damage that they're expecting. Another big Split Earth as the rebound throw from Fernandez back into the fray isn't really benefiting. Out comes the Gleipnir from the Leshrac, but, you know, it's rather more of an escape than anything else. No way, just broken, but still, 2 for 1 is generally a trade that TNL will take. Oh, goodbye, 5k not worth lead. Welcome, mid-game. Here comes the slog. As yeah, comeback mechanic way too strong. One mistake, and you're super punished for it. The enemy gold compensation is just brutal. I guess Kuro. Is this what Kuro warned us about? As hold on, teleport. What? Moonlight. What? What? Oh, that was weird. Didn't he have Vortex? What? He just didn't see him? I guess he didn't see him. X-Play onto the Marcy. Pull him back, shackle him to pieces, and let the big snake do the work. Okay, good to know. Thank you for the demonstration, dual raise. Split Earth does not work on the big snake. Obviously it doesn't, it's a construct, it's not a unit. Idiot. Although it's a weird interaction, because then like Chronosphere works on it, but then other stuff doesn't. It's just stupid. It's a stupid big snake. Split Earth works really well on DSF. But yeah, no shard in sight for dual race. He wants a BKB to cost the fight and have a little bit of sustain, but with no Voodoo Mask or even a thought of a Bloodstone, I don't know how tanky the Leshrac will be in a few minutes. 19 to 11, Passion UA. Where have you gone wrong? Well, nowhere, because you're about to play the last tier 2 tower on the outer ridge. But we've seen turns more brutal than this one. TNL, still in this. Showing out the bottom lane. Does seem like the right idea, but are you ready for a high ground push? It seems that they are. Good Hex, good catch. Crystallize getting low, but I don't think the Aegis is going to be broken just yet. Never mind. Holy hell. A little bit of burst as QBFY needs to back off. Flacco's Rock is pushing forward, but good connection from Fernance and Yowai. They will get crystallized for a second time. But Tuca Moonlight need to back off a little bit faster, as the 2-for-1 trade-off is something TNL have been taking pretty bravely. They didn't get much out of that on the side of Passion UA. Not even a buyback was forced. Not even a tier 3 tower was taken. But, you know, you had Aegis, you were brave. A for effort. But TNL are back in the fight. More than ever. The Aghanim's shard build on Norma is quite immense. He is skipping the GG boots, so I'm guessing the armor factor is rather on someone else's side. Despite the fact that you also have your good old weave innate ability. You know, more armor, the better. Just getting it off an additional item overall could save you between life or death as Moonlight. Going in for the approach onto the Marseille. But Fernandez just slided out by the Force Staff. Easy wave kills with the Warlock and the Marcy, by the way. That's Batuk now with the disconnection. Connection issues. What can you do? Of course, I'm pretty sure Kalmychata and Team Lynx are eagerly waiting their little back and forth. I really hope we get to see Vo more on that Void Spirit he demonstrated not 2 days ago. That was some expert Void Spirit carrying. And it's just a fun build to watch, honestly. I do forget what the farming item was. Huh? But I don't remember. She starts off with the boots, then goes straight for the Ags. Oh, Yasha, right. Yasha later into Manta. Did maybe demonstrate a Sanjay Yasha variant of it? Doesn't really matter. One thing's for certain that, yeah, it's a very, very active carry build on a Void Spirit position 1, and that's one I really enjoy over the Marcy carry, but you know, at least in this game number 3 we're not having a Marcy carry, so can't complain. Yeah, speaking of UI and his Marcy carry, his carry Doom is actually out farming everything. 3k ahead, or 2.4k ahead of the SF so far, and is moving over to AC, Harpoon, and Satanic on the build. The Sanjay Yasha being ignored thing is really bugging me. I mean, we saw 2 variations of it on Crystallize. One worked, one didn't. Now the question is, in Yoai's hands, how different is it going to be? The fact that he's not going for a blink at all is kind of concerning, but can't really do anything about that. Yeah, 29 minutes in. Passion UA. They only have a 10-minute break as far as I know, in terms of technicals. So the clocky is ticking. better be aware of that. Yeah, with no outer towers approaching the enemy high ground once again. Is more than possible. But they will need Roshan, which is not going to be up for at least 3 more minutes, so... Passion your way. Wave cutting? I guess wave cutting. You don't really want to fight outright with the enemy right now. Some of these golem drops were kind of goated. On the side of TNL, so... Especially if you need to start playing in 4v5 with Batyuk not being able to reconnect. Which is, yes, even though the audience is always astonished by it, a thing in Dota. Online tournament rule books were invented for a reason. Because, yeah, I don't think there's any other team that has bent or, you know, pushed the rule books almost to breaking point than OG. In terms of substitutions, in terms of technical pauses, in terms of match remakes. They are by far the highest offenders of this, so to say. But yeah, I think the most famous example was I was casting an OG match. I don't even remember who they were playing. This is around COVID times, I guess, or before. But yeah, I do remember I was supposed to be going on a date at 5 o'clock. The match started at like 1 or 2 p.m. I was like, yeah, I could do a 3-hour cast, sure. You know, if it went to best of 3 with 3 games. And then they granted Seb the 30-minute pause time so that he can make it to an arcade and then continue the game from there. I lost my absolute poo-poo in that situation. But yeah, my dude actually spent 30 minutes to go to a city or a downtown area, go to an internet cafe, play Dota. Like, holy shit. And then proceeded to play the professional match, by the way. So, 10 out of 10, I guess. I do forget which season this was. It might have been TI-19, by the way. Like, as in 2019. So, it's still weird saying the numbers out loud. Like, we're going into TI-14, right? But in 2025, and TI-9 happened in TI-9 2019. But due to the COVID year, we have the number skip, and it's not as numerically poetic as it was before. Because back in the day, to get the number of TIs, you took the current year and just took out 2010. Simpler times, for sure. But, yeah. Player safety is everything, and that is the reason why we didn't have a crowd in 2021 either. But, yeah. Kind of a missed opportunity. I did know about the running cities once Stockholm was out. And we did check the bids. And honestly, I don't know. If we took a different tournament organizer with a different bid, would we have one? Question mark. I don't know. Odd times, old times. Some regretful, some very joyous. But yeah, I do believe TI 2021 was, yeah, my pan, my semi-ultimate. It was before my last TI, because then the last TI I casted in Hungarian was in 2022, which was Singapore. And
you can't improve.
Yeah, ever since then it's been English all the time. As Norma with the question mark. Let's go. Let's go. He went the question mark route. Do we chat back? I kind of want to chat back. Oh, I've got the perfect emoji for this. There you go. Bad and sad. No. I know, it's a serious situation, but I like breaking it up a bit. I'm making the players laugh just a little. Ignore, okay. Norma's mad, holy shit. Okay, but yeah, admin not responding. I mean, in a situation like this, you respond, the player just gets mad, more mad at you. One thing you can do in as an admin in this situation is just tell them how much more pause time Passion UA has. As yeah, one position I'll never take in esports organization is admin or not coach, referee. Yeah, like I don't wanna get into the situations of two teams arguing against each other on the Dota field. Hell no. Like, you know, just having Loda scream in my face that is that balanced? Was that even Dota? It's like, I mean, if it's in the game, it's a feature, right? Although, yes, then were the bug abuse scandals of last year, or was it actually this season? With the smoke and the ping and the whatever? I do forget. I always ignore these scandals of, game abuse and etc. etc. If it's in the game, it's a feature. Use it. Boom. I don't care, you know. A lot of people said that when the previous hero screen thing was a thing still, where, you know, you could just click on an enemy hero and then, you know, continue having your own HUD in the middle of the screen, but then keep reading the items of the enemy was a cheat. I mean, to a certain extent, it's kind of goated to have that as a feature, but for me, it was more of a nuisance than anything else. Yeah, to each their own. I mean, there are professional players like Insania having the mini-map on the right side. That is perfectly accepted in Dota. And now we have some MOBAs thinking of WASD movement in their game. I mean, to be fair, we have it in arcades, so we're not that far off. But then, where the hell do you put your spellcasting? If you move the hero with WASD, what is the mouse doing in the meantime? Like, okay, you'd move the hero with WASD, and then you just pan the camera with the mouse. Yeah, this has been a theory some people have been coming up with in Dota Labs as well, where you basically have the feature already in Dota Labs, but it's not implemented into the main game, right? So, oh no, Cricker says he can't reconnect. Oh no. Oh no. If we have to remake this map 3, Kalmychata and Team Lynx are gonna lose their crap. I'm gonna lose my crap. Why can't you reconnect, Batyuk? Yes, why? Answer the question, Cracker. Man, it looks like we're at less than 5 minutes for Passion UA. Can't reconnect because of bug, but then what does that mean for us? Tell us your wise words, O admin. Oh no. I will inform chat once the game continues, for sure. On our kick channel. Man, you guys are still 5 minutes behind us, so hang in there. Yeah, looks like we're chilling for a few minutes. There's a bug for a reconnection of Batyuk. I hate it when this happens, but it wouldn't be an EPL season if this wouldn't happen. Although, I think we got very lucky last season, right? We didn't have any 4v5s last season as far as I can remember. At least my matches didn't have any, but maybe I got lucky in those terms. To 13, 29 minutes in. The boys are going to definitely be out of tempo in their minds, by the way. It's mentally taxing to be in a pause this long. As yeah, Satan is also rotating heroes back and forth. To be fair, for the Passionate doubters, according to Lord Gaben, Passionate only lost 14% of win probability, despite the net worth being on the TNL side. As we have a reconnection. Batyuk is back. Bratan. And we continue. And that's instantly with the G. And we continue. But yeah, time to mentally reset, reassess the game. Does Passionate still actually have that advantage? Batyuk needs to get back into the groove. Octarine core, by the way, on the Abaddon. Interesting. Making that level 18 will be crucial. Lowering the cooldown of burrow time by almost 10 seconds. Specifically 7.5. This is going to be kind of OP. There's a group of TNL on the top side of the map. Let's see if they will contest Tormentor number 2. Five-man smoke of a Passion UA in the river. Doesn't really help much. Where's Tormentor? They're pinging it. They're waiting for it. They want it. When do we want it? We want it now. I want it now. Five-man smoke up for the counter. They're leaving out the Tormy. We don't know. It might have happened at 22, if memory serves me correctly. As there's the Gleipnir catch. In comes the reaction. Going out from the Phoenix. Will the sun fall in time? No. Cracker will be ripped to shreds. As Yo Y will be turned on as well. Crystallize. will fall along with Batyuk. That is going to be 3 for the side of TNL. Moonlight with a slide back. Oh, they do get Fernance, but Yowai was caught on at 1/3 HP with them when he received the Shadow Word. And it's a beautiful massacre of TNL. 4 fall in quick succession. And now they have that 6k net worth lead. Oh, Gaben, I'm not so sure your confidence was well invested, my friend. This could be the first win for Radiant of the day.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
There's dual raise. 9k net worth lead. Now they has the BKB. Feels way stronger as the Leshrac goes for the blink next to compensate for the previous build, but still no lifesteal in terms of spell lifesteal for the hero. And Gaben still on defense, 54% in favor of the Dire. I mean, at this point, I'd be a super turncoat. More like 60% in favor of the Radiant. Despite them, you know, not having taken any tier 2 towers, they are controlling the middle of the map. Roshan is almost certainly going in their favor. Oh, the triangle and jungle approach. This is always horrible at this time of the day. Out comes the Dire scan. But no, there's no smoke approach at you. Dual race flak on Fernance. Going in with the approach. Moonlight with the BKB. Rebound for the save as Fernance is going to be left behind for this. Flacco looking for the turn. Norma save with a long range. As a Notho projection. Going out for the shallow grave. Out came another Nova, but it didn't do nothing good. Yowai re-pushing. They waited for the egg to fall as they will take out QBFY. All of that for one support kill. Can they get more? Looking for a Cracker. Go with the harpoon. Dispose of the chicken. Get that kill as the Gleipnir catch onto Crystallize will lead into another kill into the SF. 70 seconds without Crystallize on the map with a 15k net worth lead. Oh, TNL. They made you wait for it, but you were locked and loaded. The almost team wipe twice in a row. As Gaben's still not a firm believer, but 62% is better than nothing. This tier 3 tower and the racks will basically shoot them up to the moon. It'll basically get them to like 17k net worth lead. But they take the range racks as well. Over the back door, that's 18. There you go. (21-21) with a 17k net worth lead ahead. TNL are fully in control. Roshan is available as Norma, just sitting on the arcane room for dual raise. Moonlight trying to cut the waves. They still had such good positional advantage, but then decide to fight in the river. How did it go so catastrophically for them? Yeah, getting that Aghanim Scepter on the Storm is now their number one priority. That's their team fight turn. They can get that off. They might have a chance. Yeah, Crystallize with the full physical build is still going to go for a Lincoln Sphere. It does protect against the Gleipnir if it's casted on top of you, so there's that. Good against the Doom as well, obviously. Yeah, Roshan definitely going towards the TNL side. But the wave cut has been quite successful. All 3 waves are pushed beyond the river line. for Passion UA. Come on, I want to see smoke approaches now. Oh, TNL can do it
Radiant are scanning.
if they want to. QBFY. UI just free pushing the tier 2 tower on the top lane.
Dire's
As Cracker
has fallen.
setting up a bit of a rat. There's a 35-minute double catapult wave on the bottom side. Is already at the tier 3 towers. Cracker moving back to defend. Crystallize. Is he thinking of the rat, actually? We're at the tier 4 itemizations. He does have an Outworld Staff, a Discern Bloodright, and a Magnifying Monocle on DSF as available alternatives to Serrated Shiv. As UI. Free pushing the tier 3 tower up top. But a long shackle, a big shackle on UI. Still not going to lead into any kind of kill. But Yuk gonna try and blade mail a little bit back with the damage. Bro time will be activated on time, but the rock dropping in on top of him and the fatal bonds cooking them hard will eventually lead to QBFY just melting. Flacco, he's come with a scepter defined by Aghanim, and even with the Icarus dive, Hex down is the chicken. That is death for sure on Cracker, but the buyback coming through. Can they get another play? As Moonlight, Crystallize, all of them come back for another round. They will get that one kill on the Leshrac. Can they get dual race for a second time? Reckon the Souls committed for this, as the shallow grave might just say the Leshrac here. Moonlight dives back onto the play as Crystallize. Just right click, right click, right click. That's all you need to do. They will get the Disco Goat. Two sides open as the Golems have been working overtime on objectives. They want to go for the tier 4s now, as there's a dieback forced on Cracker and Moonlight. But no Storm, no Phoenix. It's a 5v3. And Crystallize does not have BKB for 40. But Tuk still hanging on to that borrow time, but no BKB on the Abaddon. Feels kind of rough with a 20k deficit. They are going to push forward. Dual race, ball back for this. But the damage reverse is kind of brutal. Crystallize will still fall for 110. And the two of them of QBFYM, but you cannot defend. There's just no way. The 5v3 is too strong. Crystallize types out the GG. The disconnect, disrespect coming out from Dual Rays at the end there. As TNL win the 2-1 of our first series after Passion UA make them wait for 10 minutes for it. But yeah, no, all that BM aside, TNL win it and clean it, and that was an interesting turn of events, but I guess it's just the way of Dota right now. Currently, if you are that much ahead but not through that definite lead of a threshold, there's comeback potential for the other team. Yes, I can hear the chat already. Throw this, throw that, throw pasta at the wall at this point, but it's just pure Dota here. Eventually, the Doom gets into that rhythm with the AC and the Harpoon where you are, just catching heroes left and right. You can get those kills. But since we are half an hour behind schedule, I need to throw it over to our break as TNL claimed a 2-1, and we'll be right back with Kalmychata versus Team Lynx. Ladies and gentlemen, heralds and immortals, and everyone in between, welcome back with our second series of the day. It's going to be Kalmychata versus Team Lynx. As, yeah, that previous series went on for quite some time. We are a little bit behind schedule, but, you know, it happens with exciting series. But it looks like TNL's supremacy over Passion UA is going to continue. I do believe there are 5 wins in for TNL and 1 win for Passion UA after 6 series against each other. But it goes that way sometimes, you know. There are teams that just outright beat you, no matter how many accolades you get, no matter how deep of runs you get in other tournaments. You just lose. Well, yeah. Moving on, as Team Lynx have yesterday broken their curse of 13 series in a row of losing. They beat the living crap out of Runa team in a passionate, glorious 2-0. But they did that with their Luna, as the Anti-Mage gets instantly banned post the Medusa pick. Interesting to see what Team Lynx will show up with, as the Ember Spirit and the Timber Saw. I'm not really sure what you could follow that up with that would make sense in this situation, as a DK could still be either mid or off lane in certain situations, but with you having the Dawnbreaker, I'm guessing this logical step would be to start banning out supports. What you wouldn't really want to see, I guess Shadow Shaman is an option there. Disruptor is already gone. Shadow Demon, okay, that makes sense. As with the Tusk, Clock, no. I think Clock makes sense with the Medusa, personally. Although it is a classic lane, right? Just a great defender for the Medusa in and of itself. As you could also make an argument for the Undying to be banned, because it's just great against the Timber Saw in the early levels. So, just get rid of it, so that you can have a lane for Fortnite Man on his signature Timber Saw, by the way. That's just a good one to see overall. But yeah, whoa. Gonna bust out the Medusa, 64% win rate out of 70 showings in the last year. He's won with it 11 times so far, so pretty confident on the hero, I must say. As Fortnite Man's Timber Saw has fallen off of the top 4 picks, but they're very popular in the last season as well. Ooh, he's looking for a bit of a redemption arc. 12 games and only 5 of them won, so he's definitely going to be, you know, over aggressive. As the Undying, there could also be the reason that he's just sitting on my microphone. They saw the stream and were like, we just don't want to play against Undying, and just banned it outright. That is obviously always just an option. But yeah, this is just great against the Timber Saw. Overall makes more logical sense to ban that hero. They banned the TB and bust out the Appa. Our hero that ignores the Ancient Apparition. There are several. Lifestealer comes to mind instantly. But is it good against the Medusa? Can you reach the snake-headed lady? Or is Jesu thinking of the Luna again? I mean, overall, it's just massive amounts of push. You don't really care about the Dawnbreaker. You keep your distance. Another cheeky option, but very vulnerable with the Silencers, the Drow. But you would be destroyed by the Ringmaster Dawnbreaker lane, in my opinion, in that situation. Meanwhile, with Luna, you do have the options of shaking off the adversaries. They go for the vanilla Ursa pick. Oh, so vanilla. Not really the best option against Dawnbreaker, in my opinion, but does good well with the scaling and can outfarm the Medusa if the Battle Fury is early enough. We're talking about like 14 to 16 minutes in latest for the Ursa to actually get the BF. But yeah, Battle Fury Ursa is definitely going to be a decent choice. Once again, melee, though, thus the Ancient Apparition not truly, how should we say, taken into account, right? So the Ice Blast is still going to be a problem for Team Lynx. I think Kalmychata's approach is slightly cleaner, but keep in mind, I've been off with my predictions. I've been off my game today super hard. I'm not going to lie. just one of those days when you don't want to wake up. Everybody sucks, but in all honesty, I love what Vo is selling on Kalmychata, so I'm gonna lay in on what Kalmychata is giving us, and I'm gonna go with Kalmychata on the first game, but I did warn you that whatever I say should not go. So well, let's get into this game number 1, ladies and gents, as it should be a fun one. Medusa versus Ursa is a rare sight to see in these games. In general, it's just a weird mixture of heroes all around. Although there is a little bit of pain with the global silence. I kind of want to change my mind right now, but at the very same time, you know, the DK just should outright win the lane against the Ember Spirit and then, you know, push out the mid lane. Unless Melojul, you know, just basically destroys Ethereal. I pretty much am sure that Woe and the boys have their team fights at the ready and can shake off the early aggression. Well, let's see it. Early approach coming out from Kalmychata. Getting onto that high ground with the smoke. It's always a nice thing to see. The Ethereal's ward. No smoke will be popped. John U Pro with a good positioning here. You could try and spread out for the triple rune, but I don't think Woe is going to make it in time, and Fortnite Man is just too tanky to actually walk into. As, yeah, a weird phenomenon on the grapple. We'll talk about it a little later, as Fortnite Man already at half HP. Anku with the Dawnbreaker trying to break off, but the Fury swipes already at a triple. Hurting hard, but before they expire, one more right click. Okay, that's a quad. It's Dawn. Need to keep a distance, but yeah, both offlaners survive, and we are back in play. As Rare Gods and John U Pro exchange right clicks.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
And Melojul insta-cutting down Ethereal's courier. Now that is a statement right there. Anku with the Celestial Hammer pull. Nice wave aggro, as down bottom we have Fortnite Man going on to Pima. Good catch onto the Ancient Apparition. Oof. How could you let that happen? The tree grab and Earth Spike combo. Feels weird, man. Is John U Pro a rather low HP count as well? Needs to watch out for that hammer. I would not have minded, by the way, if we would have had Lady Thor instead of Dawnbreaker. FYI. That would have been cool, you know? We had Lady Thor before it was cool in other video games. Well, she is kind of that, but, you know. Instead of lightning, it's more of the sun. As Pima getting the counter kill. We are watching the top lane mostly with Satan, but the bottom is where the action's at. As Pima and Woe and Fortnite Man, along with Bellany, are cooking hard. But finally up top, Arcane Curse onto the Ringmaster. The last word will be procced through, but the damage is not going to be enough to actually kill the Ringmaster either. As Jezu make a move onto Anku. John U Pro needs 2 more seconds for the Arcane Curse. A little overzealous with the bear, but you need to pull the aggro back from under the tower. A very bad position to be in if you're the safe lane here. But yeah, 1-1 on the exchanges, as both kills happened on the bottom. And the fact that neither Vo or Fortnite Man bit the dust yet is kind of a positive. For the two teams is Pima. Making a good cut.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
By Fortnite Man. This is one of his favorite heroes, so he better perform on it well. Smelajul cutting deep, but Ethereal winning the lane as expected from the DK. As we have the traditional early game pause. Oh yeah. Same. Yeah, I saw that coming too, Fortnite Man. It is EPL after all. The tournament of pauses, right? But it's a return back to this laning stage. I do remember back in the day when we were training the Hungarian team for nationals. Or even actually before I was, you know, hired to assist the boys. When we were playing every time for scrims, we always called the pause in the early game, or even before the laning stage, the Balkan pause, for some reason. You know, some players went out, smoked a cigarette, just asked for like, oh, just 5 more minutes, sorry, we didn't prepare on time, blah, blah, blah. You can't get away with these kind of pauses during scrims. It is annoying, but it will be respected as, whoa, no. Whirling Death will take him down to 0 mana, but he does have a fully charged one. He instantly uses it as soon as the other tree grab comes through. The Timber Chain is a little bit rough. As Earthspike and Mana Suck on the Appa up top. Have another little turnaround, but down bottom is where the action is. Fortnite Man about to freeze. Nope, not this time. Searing Chains and Dragon Tail being exchanged on the mid lane. As big work done by Bellany, sucking off all the mana from PMA. And even the most of his life. 7 HP is what he's sitting on. As Bellany gets another this time. Pima. His sacrifice will be in vain as the catch onto the Timber Saw is just not going to happen. Both Bellany and Fortnite Man being a little low is going to hurt. As up top we have a good catch onto John U Pro. But in the end there, Anku should die here. Jezu keeping up the contact. Even commits the Earth Shock for that kill onto the Dawn. As, yeah, all you can do is just TP out of here.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
A little bit of cold feet on the bottom of the river. As at 6 minutes in, this is actually a very beneficial kill. Ringmaster covering the other room position for the Arcane Curse. This kind of feels bad as Ethereal having to face off with the Ember Spirit. The wave pushed in. It still leads to an Illusion Rune picked up by the Radiant side. Kalmychata off to a decent start, but it's not the be-all end-all. Bellany coming into the Mana Suck. Oh, and the Lion sucks good. Wait, what? Cringe, don't I cringe? So much cringe. As Jezu gets Anku extremely low. 7 stacks of the Fury Swipes on the Dawn, but still no kill. As Dragon Tail back on Melajul. Just a little bit of level difference between the two. Melajul needs 1 more creep for level 6 to finally be active as down bottom. You know, once again, abuse against Vo. But, you know, having fun against the Medusa. Tell me something new. This Shrine of Wisdom will be picked up by both. So off the other safe lane pressure as under tower, Melojul and John Yu Pro make the approach with Bellany, but out come the reactions. Ethereal at half HP, but is willing to keep pushing the agenda. Hex down, still mana sucked, but here comes the Solar Guardian. Anku steps on the line as Jezu joins in the fight. They'll take care of the DK eventually, but can they get more? If they can tame the bear, this is a huge play for Kalmychata, as the Impalement Arts will hit from Rare Gods. They can just turn on to John Yu Pro to get the extra kill. The Ember Spirit could be a problem for the two supports, but they might as well try, right? 9 seconds is what they need to wait for until the DK's back in play. Searing Chains back on the other one. Pima is just running out of options here. Rare Gods. Whoopee cushion. Get the hell jump out of here. Impalement Arts on Bellany. Slowing down the Lion. Oh yeah, as the DK returns back in play, they will clean up the mid lane for Ethereal. The fact that both teams have their Observer rewards on the upper side of the river is just hilarious to me as Fortnite man. And whoa, fighting for a healing Lotus, but Bellany's already here to help out. Suck that mana. Get that Chakram on him as the Arcane comes through. The Lotus will be picked up, but I don't think the region's going to be enough, as eventually John Yu Pro with a Silence will take the kill. Rare Gods looking to fight back, at least get the counter kill on Bellany. Will be successful on that, as Melojul also makes the rotation down onto the bottom. Rare Gods is going to be like, yes, fight me. In the end there, 3 kills in quick succession for the Team Lynx side. Because all they get is the Lion out of all that. Bo, definitely not happy after his first death. He's already well on his way to getting his Yasha. Ten minutes into the game, we already have 15 kills on the board. I guess the coffee is kicked in for both Team Lynx and Kalmychata. As John Yu Pro is looking to continue the action, or at least harass the Medusa into tears. Ethereal going straight for the blink for the DK. They want to start harassing the bear as soon as possible. The best way to do that is get the smokes up with the 2 supports hand in hand, and then Anku can just join in with the Solar Guardian. But down bottom we have a 4-man lineup approach coming out from Team Lynx. They want the tier 1 tower and they want it bad, but they also want Woe to die as Jezu straight up joins up onto the Medusa. Chakram from one side, Earthspike from the other. They're just gonna make a Medusa sandwich out of this. Easiest kill of Jezu's life, as they can keep on pushing the tier 1 tower on the bottom.
Is under attack. Dire structures are fortified.
An extra 7 hundo in Team Lynx's bank account.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Melojul.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
To be in a little bit of trouble. Hex down onto Anku. Out goes the Celestial Hammer. Ethereal. Ice Blast. Looking to connect only on to the Silencer, but the tower is still theirs. That much is certain, as the Global Silence is actually 50 mana away, so there's just no way Team Lynx can turn with it unless the Silencer TP's home. And then they can just go with that, but I don't think Jezu wants to engage. The Celestial Hammer still hits him. He's like, I'm so done with this. He needs his BF and he wants it 2 minutes ago. But the timing is actually pretty good, I'm not gonna lie. Kalmychata definitely feel the pressure that Team Lynx is laying down right now. Out they go. Melojul wanted to bait in a play, but the magic 1 stacks actually save him. Talk about close. But yeah. With the haste rune and, of course, all the bottle charges in the world, the Ember Spirit will survive. But an interesting approach at going straight at the Medusa. Fortnite man, as soon as he saw that the DK was coming around. There's just no way he's going to engage in that fight. But yeah, Vo. Manta almost done. Let's comparing that to Jezu, who still needs a little bit more for the recipe. Both players, which are pretty okay in terms of the farm. But yeah, Manta will definitely be needed to accelerate it. The illusions just do a good job at shoving lanes, farming camps for you.
Scanning.
It's a timing issue. There's just no better item overall. There was a time when the first item, Butterfly, reigned supreme for the Medusa players, but then that transformed into Yasha, Butterfly, Manta, a weird order.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And then, of course, now the most frequently played in pro matches, although not so much in this patch. Ice Blast catch onto Bellany. Rare Gods will still take the kill, despite the Ice Blast shatter doing most of the work. DD to Ruin in the river. Ethereal will gladly take that.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, these are the rotation kills we talk about. If Team Lynx commit more to it, that's when the Solar Guardian would come through from the Dawn. And there's the opportunity of rotating into the Dawn Breaker, but the fact that Radiant have all of their tier 1 towers is kind of a detriment, because, you know, that way the defending team, in case the Dawnbreaker actually is in trouble, can make quick rotations to the towers.
Dire are scanning.
As Jezu. This is the time to shine for Team Lynx. This is their timing.
Dire's middle
If they get the Dawnbreaker, they can make the rotation onto Roshan as well. But Anku running for his life, eventually caught out with the chains, the curse. And of course the Earth Shock will take the kill. Rotating behind tier 1 towers, a ballsy dive from Team Lynx, but this could be the setup they need for Roshan sub 20 minutes.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
It's not a must for the Ursa anymore, but it's still tradition, and we like our traditions in Dota. As Bellany caught out by the DK, but he's just buying time. Out comes the global. As with the DK and Rare Gods in trouble, they could just, you know, keep on with the Timber to take the kill. Make the Rota, play the Dota, and of course they will take it as well. Straight into the pit they can go if they want to. I don't think the Ice Blast would disturb it in any shape or form. But they go to the triangle first, at least Fortnite Man is. And they will find the Medusa. Throw out the Chakram onto the creeps instead. As of the Solar Guardian, they are trying to lock in onto the Timbersaw. Losing him here. I guess it's not the be-all, end-all, but it will hurt. Giving up on the bear rotation. Team Lynx, what are your options? They are waiting for someone to defend the dead lane, as Bellany and Jezu are ready for a kill. Blink reveal potentially on the bear. Is Ethereal. Okay, finally joins the lane. Rare Gods is behind to save. Good Hex. Good catch. Escape Act could be thrown out here. There it is, along with the Wheel of Wonder. They could go for the play onto Melajul as he TP'd in with the Remnant. Get wrecked. As Rare Gods picks up another. Bellany turns around for the Earth Spike. Needs to dodge a Celestial Hammer, actually, of all things. As the Medusa, well, threw out the Stone Gaze for what? Okay, force rotation down onto the bottom. Is it now time for Jezu to go into the Roche Pit? I guess not, in general. Because then, yeah, they're just going to return on top of you. There it is. Talked about the tier 1s and the rotations they enhance. Perfect demonstration coming out from Kalmychata. Jesu on the run. Taking care of observer wards, but there's just not looking to be enough enrage on time as the Ice Blast. I don't know when it connected, but it feels pretty short. Even for a level 1 Melojoule coming in. Searing Chains on 2. Escape Act onto himself. Rare Gods is looking to just get out of dodge. Solar Guardian at the ready. And Team Lynx are feeling that timing. Great disengage from both teams, by the way. This is just not the time to chase one another. It's not ideal for either of them. Yes, you might get a kill or two. Oh, of course, it's always a good situation if you can get the team wipe. But both teams would have, you know, come out from the fights with deficits, so better not to risk it. As Fortnite Man, good with the approach, doesn't get the kill with the execution. But yeah, Invis Rune spent for this. I love how annoying Bellany is right now with this lion. Constantly just sucking the Medusa. Looks like Anku says that they're having lag issues on the Kalmychata side. Always a bad sign. But yeah, Roshan's still going to be on the top for 3 more minutes. It's a casual 12 to 10 right now. But it doesn't really mean much. I think the next 5 minutes or so are always the game decider, which basically sets us up our tempo for the next 10 minutes in general. Like, minute 15 to 25 is where I'm feeling that most of the game decided these days. I can't finger on it because just no death in general. Mechanics is just so damn strong. If you're ahead, you just cannot make mistakes, because if you do, they're going to be severely punished. Oh, you got ahead at minute 25? Now you got to play flawless. But yeah. Roche Pit Protector Ice Blast backing off for the bigger semicircle or hemisphere, I guess, as Vo will pick up the Aegis first. Time to transition to the Tormentor. This is that timing where Kalmychata would like the Aegis, because then they can just chain it up with Tormentor. Team Lynx, if they would have even made the approach with the Global Silence, I don't really think they would have gone too much, because the DK and the Medusa don't really care about not primarily doing more damage to you. With spells, they mostly do it with the right clicks, as Ethereal Woe and Anku can easily take Tormentor for Pima. Yeah. Me happy for the Ancient Apparition. That is huge for the Ice Blast bonus. Yes, Spotlight is great, but honestly, if I got to choose between the two, I'd rather go for the Ancient Apparition Shard. Kalmychata back on top. Capitalizing on the back of the core farms. Melojoule has been having a really bad game so far. Well, let's see if that deficit will hurt him in the long run. Shrines of Wisdom going to the offlane in both cases. As well. Basically has finished the butterfly. Hasn't browned it out with a courier just yet. Timber chain out for Fortnite Man. He's just basically extremely tanky, as the Aghanim Scepter is basically also done on the Timber Saw. Man, besides not having Aegis, I think Team Lynx is just ready to push these tier 1 towers out to even things out a little on the map. Although they're only behind one tier 1, so... Cool. Again, with the internet connection issues, I get a better ISP. Like, ugh. I literally cannot with these internet service providers, man. That's just horrible. Always running our Dota time. We're only here for the fun. Only here for the Dota. Yeah, 22 minutes in, 22 kills on the board. We cannot complain as the audience for sure. As Vladimir's offering is done on Anku. I guess that is a nice little boost for him and the DK, but the extra armor doesn't really help much on the Medusa. But yeah, as the D-Lance is queued up next. Lo is looking for a little bit of mobility, a little bit of catch, a little bit of save on himself. As Ethereal, now looking for the D-Lance of his own, get that range, Anku. Having the Aghanim Scepter along with the Vladimirs, I guess, you know, it's just an aura drop on top of everything. I mean, potentially if you get the attack speed on the Medusa, but with no Solar Crest in sight, it's kind of out of the question. Yeah, with the enough amount of attack speed, can you still save the Medusa? Because we've seen attempts at saving Medusas with satanic builds. No dice. There's just no way. You can't sustain that much HP with that little armor protecting you, so... It's always a feels bad when you look at her, you know, losing out her mana pool. At the mana pool stage, then it's kind of over for her. Yeah, we do be chilling just a little bit. Internet issues do suck, and yeah, I've talked to a few players who have been also complaining that they've been DDoSed. I can't confirm or deny that that's the case, but I've seen what happens in the Immortal pubs. Some of you guys are extremely salty, so I don't really want to make it into the top 1,000 ever. I have no desire for all that cancer. But it's brutal. It's brutal up there. I've seen games that have ended in 14 to 15 minutes with 60 to 10 as a scoreboard. I've seen feeding tinies at rank 200. Because, you know, they're just done with the player that picked them in the Immortal draft. Yeah, looks like Radiant are ready to rock and roll. Kalmychata. Can you keep your lead? Can you capitalize on that lead? Is it even possible to call it a lead at this point? As by the way, one of the most balanced drafts we've had so far, according to Lord Gabe, and 51% in rate in favor of the Dire. At the beginning of the game, they gave the early advantage to Team Lynx, but he's now changed his mind officially for the Sage's take. Well, let's see. Kalmychata. It needs to be a strong push now. They still have the Aegis for about 2 minutes. If they can break a tier 2 and take over the triangle, that would be the ideal plan. As Fortnite Man activates the reactive armor. It's a massive little burst once it goes off. But yeah, cut off the Manta Illusions, throwing the Celestial Hammer on the bottom of the tier 2 as well. We'll continue to siege. A big risk from Team Lynx. They are looking for the big wraparound. Radiant scan will show that someone is coming in from the triangle. The big smoke wraparound coming out from Team Lynx. They are looking for a little bit of aggression, but as the smokes break, Team Lynx backing off. They need to rethink the plan. As the dire scan, and we'll find basically most of the Kalmychata team. But I'm guessing that if you're the tier 2, you can just chill out and get out. 4 TPs simultaneously thrown out on the board as the ringmaster of Rare Gods is also going to make it. Hex play onto the DK, but here comes the reaction. Ice Blast along with the Wheel of Wonder. Jezu looking to join in with the bear. But besides the 2 supports, Team Lynx, I guess they're actually going to be happy with this. As blink, reverse blink. One to the other, but here comes the Solar Guardian. Anku leaves the circles behind, but heal is just not enough. Jezu just easily stacking up triple kill now for the bear.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
As Team Lynx, as you mentioned, that's that 25-minute turnaround. With Wo not joining in on the fight, there's just no fun without the Medusa. (16-11), a smidge of a net worth lead on the Dire side. But Bear strong. Bear now have Basher and Blink. It looks like Jezu wants to release a Cocaine Bear all over the enemy. Why the hell not at this stage?
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Noju beyond the Kaya finished up the vessel, but is then gunning for a BKB, so that Kaya is not going to be turned into a big item just yet. So he is cutting off the top wave, but is not going to be punished for it. Who do they truly want to go on in this case then? And I guess Ethereal could take care of this mid lane. And they could just go on the bear in the triangle. But they're looking for him in the jungle. Oh no. Oh, hold on, hold on. If they can find Jezu here, that'll be so huge. Ethereal, revealing himself.
Dire's middle tower is under
Jezu does have Earthshock
Radiant structures are fortified.
from his... does have Enraged from his Earthshock for a second and a half. As well, he will show. They instantly make the jump. Out comes the Ice Blast. It's the slowest one ever. But with Anku getting destroyed in the Global Silence, Wo will eventually commit to the Stone Gaze. It's still not going to be enough to actually make a catch as Ethereal re-applying himself with that Dragon Knight to get the Silencer at least. 2 supports down as they will just make the turnaround onto Jezu. Huge slide in from Fortnite Man as he sets up onto 4. That is going to be 5. Oh my lord! The only survivor at the end, Desvo, does manage to get the kill on Melojoule as well. But Fortnite Man cleans house with the triple kill. Oh my god. You love to see play like this. Yeah, he threw in the chalker and he's like, just set up the kills for me, man. I'm just gonna play bowling at this point. Whew. But yeah, diving behind the tier 2 tower. Smart is all I'm gonna say. Team Lynx definitely gonna be the happy campers of that fight. Managed to defend the tier 2 tower. And on top of that, get that massive kill on the on the Medusa. But yeah, Ethereal is also kind of happy. He did get 2 supports. Although Bellany was taken by Wo. Yeah, a little bit of over 1,000 gold going in to the DK's hands plus change.
Radiant are scanning.
As Woe's Butterfly is done, along with the Diffusal Blade. More than likely targeted. Basically at everyone on Team Lynx's side. Good against the Timber, good against the Ursa. Taking away their mana is just general BKB forcing. But adding the extra Disperser for the extra Dispel is also kind of nice. Because then you can use the Manta to push farm, whatever. And then you always have the Disperser to basically have that extra Dispel. Jazu. Good find on Rare Gods, but the Yules is working overtime. No find on the bear this way. Let's post Hurricane Pike. We do have Vo queuing up the Disperser as mentioned. That's Fortnite Man. Showing himself on the lane, but no one's ready for the jump. Yeah, there's just no Instax hero on the Radiant lineup. That could be a problem in the long term. Which a Scythe of Ice could actually fix for them. But they are going for the Nullify on the DK. Still Hurricane Pike Butterfly on the Medusa. Oh, cool. Should, yeah, rather focus on the defensive items. Is gunning for the Lotus. If he can get a little bit more armor, he might be able to survive the bear's physical damage.
Is under attack.
6k net worth lead on Team Lynx. They can definitely keep up this pressure. If they can take this tier 2 tower, Roshan should be free. As that could be a big wheel. Global silence coming through as Jezu and Bellany stuck under the tower. They were cut through by Ethereal and Woe's Medusa. John Upro going down as Fortnite Man still forcing the issue. He wants the Dawnbreaker. He wants him yesterday. As Fortnite Man stops the TP with the BKB. He does not want to get stoned, but he will get dragon-tailed on top of everything. Breathe Fire and Pima's little damage from the Vortex will take the kill eventually. Swing it back. Turn it back. Baby, come back. As all of that glorious 7k net worth lead just dissipates into oblivion.
Top tower is under attack.
Gaben giving more and more percentage over to the Radiant as Roshan number 2 will be approached. Jewel farming deep. Looking for courier cuts, looking for anything that he can put his hands on. Cutting waves, trying to buy some time. To his credit, he did take out the last tier 1 tower on the map. But all tier 2s still standing on the Kalmychata side.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
22-19 at 32 minutes in. A bit of channel back as well. Pushing forward now with that Aegis. He feels more powerful now that he's got that Butterfly Diffusal. And of course, with one last Eagle Song, this would be the goated position to be in. I mean, that's double Eagle Song, one from the Butterfly, one from the Disperser. You'd generally be happy with that situation. The backdoor needs to be broken by creeps, but Ethereal joining in. This push should be fast. Uses tower capture of their lives as Team Lynx. Time to gambit a tier 2. Or go back to defend. It would be really, really good for the team if they would get a tier 2 tower on this, but
Is under attack.
yeah. Maybe they just don't want to overcommit.
Are fortified. Dire's top tower is under attack.
But yeah, they'll let them take one tower with a Roche banner.
Dire's top
And maybe just another Rax, and another Rax, and another Rax, but no. They don't even really have that many, but overall. Fortnite man, okay. Easy deny of the melee on the top line. This Belony's and Jesu's attempt too little too late in terms of the smoke. Tormentor number 2. Taken out easily as Pima. Holy moly, here comes the bear. The cocaine bear. Jesu's just so ready to keep on hitting people if he can as well. Uses the stone gaze to try and catch on top of Jesu, but at the same time, it's not going to be enough. He will still take out John U Pro as Ethereal looking to fight off onto Fortnite Man. The Nullifier is helping a bit, but as soon as the Chakram gets pulled back, the damage on Ethereal is just too much. Jesu, re-returning into the fight, at least going to take the Aegis, if nothing more. As soon as the Ringmaster buyback returns, and Rare Gods makes it back to the battlefield. In the 3v1, surprisingly, Team Lynx does not want to continue. Although now they're the ones with the 2K network lead just by sacrificing the back line. They will take 4 kills and a buyback. Oh, Gaben. He gave 69. Nice percentage of a win probability for Kalmychata. But then he's taken back 6% just because of those 4 kills. Understandable, but still kind of hurts. This is such a nice win probability. Just keep it there. Keep it at that number. It's such a nice number. Yeah, the Ice Blast doesn't do much in this situation. The fact that Pima died first, and the fact that he didn't have buyback, is kind of a tragedy. Having Team Lynx grouped up like that, right around the Healing Lotus pool. Could have made, like, for a perfect mass massacre for Woe, if he would have found the angle. Fortnite Man and Woe. Easy meeting. He joins up onto Rare Gods first as Melojul rides in like a truck. Onto that back line he goes, but the kills, it's not really happening. Jesu joins up onto the Ringmaster first of the Wheel of Wonder will take out the Ember. 2 for 1 so far, as Fortnite Man will want to keep it going. Jesu looking to join up onto Wu. Just keep hitting the Medusa. Just keep hitting the Medusa. But Fortnite Man is running out of juice. Still, the Global Silence coming out. Could buy Fortnite Man just a little bit of time. Is it going to be enough? Yes, with the active coming out from the reactive armor is just holy moly, just enough for him. Surviving with 200 HP hurts, but, you know, living is nice. Living is pain. But the pain is mostly on the Lynx side. The top lane is still something they constantly need to address. Yes, farming delivery coming straight to your home, but overall, it is an annoying lane to handle all the time. This Anku's BKB. I think I've been watching for this item for so long. I don't even know when he started building it. But whoa. Arming himself with a Bloodthorn soon. You know, just overall, an extra Hyperstone never hurts. And the fact that you get a 30% 30 plus extra attack speed just for buying Bloodthorn, it's kind of goated. 5k net worth lead on Team Lynx, despite them not even having hit a tier 2 yet. I must say it's quite impressive. But it's just a testament to Fortnite Man having that massive triple kill right in front of the tier 3s. And Melojoul just recovering immensely well from a horrible laning stage. Yeah, Jesu diving out straight onto Pima once again. These fights are what exactly Kalmychata cannot take. But let's see the domino effect. Ethereal. Out comes the global silence to cancel out the second Solar Guardian. Anku. A speechless situation. Out comes the Lotus. It will help out a little, but they jump forward trying to dodge a play onto the Lion. Out with the Earth Spike. Fortnite Man looking for the setup. They want to catch up onto the Woe, but Ethereal looking for the turnaround. Gets dunked on instead. Ice Blast walks through onto all 3 cores, but Woe alone is just not going to be enough as one more remnant through. Fortnite Man will still take the kill as is deserved. The Timber has been cooking really, really good on the Team Lynx side. 33-22. There's your magic scoreboard. As 12k net worth lead for Team Lynx. But Woe is being played as the anchor of the team. If he just does not get the right auras, this is just rough. Pima. Time to die, says the Lion. That Melojoul will just steal the kill. Such is life. You set up a perfect murder and you still need your carries to do it for you.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
As the first tier 2 tower on the mid lane will eventually fall. We might see Jesu make that rotation onto the bottom lane. .41 minutes in. Team Lynx, the driver's seat position in this late game situation. I still don't know how Gaben is not giving them more of a win probability chance, but more than likely due to the fact that the tier 2s, only one of them have felt so far the fact that they didn't really approach high ground as of yet is the culprit behind all this. They don't have outer towers themselves, and their mid lane and off lane are quite vulnerable to rat attack. Four on four smoke up. Pima needs to hit him. A little bit back and forth. Easy pop play on to Pima. Global science shall not be underestimated. Kalmychata, they're looking for more. I mean, they can get the counter support kill. That much I'll give them. But Fortnite Man is like, nah, screw that noise. I'm just gonna turn on top of you, Bellany. Well, the wheel of wonder, it might just be the support exchange at the end there. As Melojoul, they're just going to go for the global silence with the global play, but here it comes. Buyback committed by John U Pro just to ensure this fight success is Fortnite Man and Melojoul looking to join up onto the DK. Ethereal is going to kaboosh disappear. The whirling death is the magic trick as they will turn it onto the Medusa last. 100 seconds without woe. As Team Lynx are gonna more than probably march up onto the high ground,
Bottom tower is under attack.
but taking the approach onto the bottom.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Jesu just ripping the tower apart on the bottom. As your Aegis is nice, your Aegis is useful, but the fact that you exchange 4 for 2 is not. As Jesu Going to triple clean lanes, I don't think that's going to happen. They could definitely get another tier 3 at another range racks or melee racks.
Has fallen. Dire's middle tower. Radiant's middle barracks are under attack.
There's 2 full lanes cleared out by Team Lynx. I do kind of like this approach where it's a little bit reversed, right? So you have the top lane being controlled by Kalmychata. Oh, the middle and the bottom. You have Team Lynx basically clearing out the racks there on both sides. There's 3 lanes of super creeps, but both of the teams need to pay attention to the rat. Rat Dota is rough Dota for either of these teams. Winning TPs for plays like this is just not really worth it. Whoa. Looking to end this build with a Swift Link instead of a Scotty or a Daedalus. I don't know how much that will help in terms of tankiness. I mean, as long as he can get the Orchid off on a key target like John Yu Pro or Melojoule,
Are scattered.
there is a slight chance that this game might be different as Melojoule. Deep ass dive coming out from the Aghanim September Spirit, but it's just vision. It's a distraction as Fortnite Man just rolls over onto Anku. Can they get more? Dawnbreaker buyback landing on top of Woe as they will get that silence off. The Bloodthorn works on Fortnite Man. Can they get more? As onto Melojoule they need to go. The Nullify, it will slow the Ember Spirit down just a tad bit, but it doesn't seem to be enough. Whoa. He's making it work, as he does have Cold-Blooded as well. So a single target spell will send back Mystic Snake. Jezu, the Abyssal Blade. His Swimlink has been ready for a long time. Looking for a blessing as well. $26K net worth lead. Let's see what Gabeman has to say. He is now at 73% confidence that Team Lynx have got this. Zonku and Woe show up on the mid lane. More than likely, Team Lynx will want to wait for at least one global science to be available in 15. Until then, engagements are a little bit awkward for them. But there's no BK beyond the Medusa, no true purging item besides the Mantis Style and the Disperser, which are both going to be okay against the Global Silence. That's 27,000 gold in the lead. Team Lynx, they'll just save John Yu Pro easily. Ghost Scepter needs to be activated for this. Yeah, Team Lynx. Fly like a butterfly, sting like a bee. They are just basically bobbing and weaving on the map right now, considering how to push out that last wave without being just constantly approached by everything else. $41.25, 48 minutes into play. It looks like Team Lynx are just going to walk down the top lane as Kalmychata have every tool in the book. Basically turn this around. Bloodthorn. Forced out, but not a true BKB force that you'd actually wanted from this.
Dire's turret.
The Ethereal. Still looking for that AC. Has been for a while, but you know, the Nullifier has been quite okay. As both Melajul and I do believe I saw it on Fortnite Manland as well. Timber feeling less and less tanky and strong in these fights. Is down bottom. Good transition. Coming out from Fortnite Man with the TP boots. He's looking for a TP boots level 2 to join up his teammates at any time on the point. But yeah, as mentioned, Dawnbreaker lineups have one weak point, the Dawnbreaker itself. As Jezu, with the casual approach onto the top lane, will put an end to outer objectives on the Radiant side of the map. Aegis reclaimed. 50 minutes into play. Can you get on top of this high ground to get that Megas? Hexed up. Force him back. Don't let Vo get caught. Still Swiftling being eyed up. I'm not really sure this is the option, though. Whoa. This doesn't sound good. This doesn't look good. I mean, Aghanim's Blessing doesn't make sense. You don't have any item modifiers. Oh, yeah, this is not the Mjolnir build with Aghanim's here. As Ro shows up instantly. Pima sacrifices himself as they throw out Rare Gods' Wheel of Wonder. Whoa. Going to clean up the super creeps. Nothing should get on this high ground. One global force, but they do have another one. Screams coming out from Bellany. They are just inducing panic on the Radiant side. Yeah, BKB finally on the Dawnbreaker as well. It was a long time that we were just watching this Aghanim Scepter and Vladimir's. And the Lotus, you know, did put a hinge on that build as well. As, oh no. Oh no, please communicate. Anku and Ethereal both have in their item queues the AC.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Oh yeah, Ethereal. He's the first one to go for it. They are smoking up. Just rush out for the AC. Anku has the opportunity to go for a different item, but more on that later. As Jezu shoves out the mid lane. Is there a possibility for a jump? Whoa. Walks up onto the triangle as Ethereal looks for the reach, but Global Silence will be pushed out. Lotus comes out on to the Dawn as there's just no way to make the Solar Guardian turn. Global Silence 2, as it is apparently silencing me as well. Buyback from Ethereal needs to be committed as Woe's in trouble. He has buyback for a turnaround. Will Bloodthorn, Fortnite Man, but it's just not enough damage. It's not enough anything. Woe just disappears. One last buyback from the Medusa as well. I don't think it will keep Team Lynx outside. It shouldn't at this stage of the game. They are just shutting down everything. Everything you throw at them, it's just worthless. It's nothing. Triple buyback committed by the Radiant. But you are just crap out of luck as Fortnite Man is ready for another round with the reactive armor. He commits to the tier 3 tower as Jezu should just knock it down. Let him at it. Let him hit it. As Bo and Ethereal go in with a reaction. Out comes the Wheel of Wonder as well. But Melajul is cooking. Ethereal is gone. Every remnant is just thrown out. As Bo types out the GG. Team Lynx will take game number 1 in 53 minutes. And they don't even need to finish to get the Mega Creeps. Full team wipe from Team Lynx at the end there. About as many kills as there are many minutes on the board. A beautiful, beautiful choke gameplay from them. But yeah, getting that lead and keeping that lead seems to be the trouble of this 739 meta. as 739D. It feels way more balanced than 739C, I'm not gonna lie. I do understand the frustration of, the net worth just dancing between 2K and 4K. Like, what the hell? Which team is winning? I can't really tell. But honestly, it's just getting that lead, hanging on to that lead, making strategies that work. Because, yeah, it just seems that most of the teams are just ignoring aura items here. Although, yeah, we did have that one Vladimir's offering on the Dawnbreaker, which didn't really do much for the Medusa per se. And yeah, just not enough Lotuses because Rare God never really got to build his own, and Pimo is just poor, piss poor on the Ancient Apparition. But it goes that way sometimes. As Kalmychata slowly bleeded out ever since minute 35-ish, where they did have one more turnaround chance, and Gaben gave them a lot of confidence per se. But yeah, at the end of the day, it is going to be Team Lynx leading with 1-0. We'll be right back after the break with game number 2. they used to, you know, when it was just a straight up shard ability, but how they work just a tad bit differently. No, are you just ready to return the damage and trying to purge off his Resonant Pulses, Pima? I just get caught for first blood, Fortnite Man. I'll be caught with the Remnant. As Pima looking a little low. Bellany will contact easily on the silencer and get that kill. Well, it's just sticking closer to your enemy. Keep up those right clicks if you have that advantages. Down bottom, you also have Rare Gods fallen to pieces. Easy Marcy kill. Yeah, 2-0 to start off for Team Lynx, but they will lose Fortnite Man up top, which is finally going to put the boys on the board. Fortnite Man looking to recompensate. Already a 10 stick charge. Timber Saw. So interestingly enough, going to spend gold on getting that Ring of Basilius ready. Nice. And a problem's partially solved as John U Pro will manage to shake off the enemy. Learning Curve helps a lot. Double points in Ignite. No points in Bloodlust just yet. Jezu disposed down bottom. We have a nice little attempt from Anku and Rare Gods for the play, but a Lucent Beam turnaround could just end with Rare Gods going down along with John U Pro being taken out by Anku. I guess it's a world around cores once again. Lucent Beam for the extra damage. Jezu. Good with the hit. As range creep. Secure is not that perfect, but you know, it helps. Pima. Not gonna get caught so easily as the Remnant helps out, but Fortnite Man, he's like, nope, I'm still gonna Whirling Death the crap out of this guy. Watch me end this man's career. Oh, no, it's not, though. Not as outlasting as Woe. He's going to be slid on. Arcane Curse out onto the Timber Saw. Well, Fortnite Man's not that disturbed by it, although maybe he should be. Attempting a Timber Chain right at the wrong time. Easy kill for Woe. 3 for 3. Aggression, aggression. I don't like this progression. As night falls. Surprisingly enough, Ethereal and Melojul have not killed each other yet. Rebound play, Jezu. Down to half HP. Here comes the swashbuckle. There it is. As with the Arcane Curse, Rota, they will still get to play some Dota and get that Luna kill. They'll still lose their SF on the mid lane, but, you know, mutual destruction between Melojul and Ethereal, so no harm, no foul. Yeah, 6 minutes into play, the Power Room progress or contest is eventually going to fall into Ethereal's hands. Arcane Rune picked up on the SF. He'd love to pop it on something, but yeah, the only thing popping is Jezu's HP bar down to half, if not more, as Pima and Rare Gods are coming around the bend. John U Pro, as soon as they find it, Arcane Curse onto the Luna. John U Pro zoning. He's a tanky boy with the Ogre Magi. As in comes the long-range Bramble Maze. Pima should go down for this. That's a little bit of compensation for the heart. As yeah, Jezu blowing out himself straight to first place on the net worth chart. Shrine of Wisdom picked up by both sides. Easy on the approach. Jezu. Lose some beam. Anku. Nice rebound play. Jezu is looking to go down, although there's the turn with the Eclipse. Rare Gods, he could suffer here. As the Global Silence comes out, I don't know if he'll buy enough time as Anku with the double jump could still take the kill on to the Luna. As up top, we did have a little bit of action around the Lotus Pool, but truly, the kills mostly happened down on the bottom. Melanie dying is a tragedy, but it is what Position 4s are supposed to do. Spirit on Spirit action as Melojul looking to catch out onto Pima. Remnant play onto the Silencer as that should be a deletion. Whoa. Needs to jump the hell out of there. Astral Step will be committed. Seven on 7. Beat for beat so far as Ethereal is coming around the bend. Looking to mess with Melojul here. He doesn't want to go up the stairs. Kind of understandable. Not gonna lie. As Anku once again committing super hard with a double jump. I don't believe Jezu's gonna survive this one though. There's gonna be a counter kill from John Yu Pro onto Rare Gods, but at the cost of his life. Astral stepped in. Let's Kalmychata keeping up the average.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, 1k net worth lead for Kalmychata at 9 minutes in. With 9 kills on the board. Oh, I love poetry. And this Dota is art right now, as it looks like they might just get their 10th kill in the 10th minute. Oh, yes. Whoa. He's just cooking with this Void Spirit. Yeah. Today, boys, we've got a caster curse on Dodai's voice. Let's go. All 3 first positions taken by Kalmychata on the net worth chart. As fast as Jezu rose, that's how fast the Luna fell as well.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
But yeah, what was indeed cooking right now? 3:02 at 10 minutes in right now on the Void Spirit. Going for the Radiance first, right? And then going for the Ags, I guess. Then to Manta, then to BKB, something like that. I did forget the build order,
Radiant's middle
but it was definitely impressive when he busted it out against Team Next Level. And it won twice in a row. So,
Radiant's bottom
it is tried and tested. Let's see if he can win against the Luna. Bloodlust throwing out on Melojul. Teach those creeps death a little faster, Mr. Ember Spirit.
radiant structures are fortified.
Yeah, 11th minute. I'm not having my 11th kill on Kalmychata. I'm a little bit disappointed. I expected just a tad bit more.
Are fortified. Dire are scanning.
Yeah, the 2 heroes released in 2017 are eyeing each other up. And I'm meeting Bellany and Anku playing the Pangolea and the Dark Willow. But whoa, looking to just pull that in. Easy kill onto Bellany. Good with the catch, good with the kill as Rare Gods. Looking for the rebound play on to the Ember Spirit and the Ogre Magi. Melojul still managing to burn down. Good old Rare Gods is definitely going to be value, but 11 to 9. It looks like kill number 12 is just not going to happen. That's Jezu. We need to finish up Ayasha first. Jumps onto Ethereal a little bit on the damage. Does have an Eclipse to throw out as 3 of them appear down here. Of course he's going to drop the ultimate, but Jezu needs to keep on right-clicking if he wants to keep surviving. As Pima comes around the turn. Arcane Curse. He turns back because he knows he's going to die as John Upro stuck inside. The chains is good as it will kill 2 more. Fortnite Man. Actually, the second one was Fortnite Man up top against Woe as Melojoul dodges out one of the raises with the sleight of fisting. But here comes the rolling as that will be mutual destruction between Ethereal and Melojoul once again. But yeah, you gotta butt heads to actually break some cracking melons. Oh, I don't know, man, at this point. It's just brawling all the time. 26 kills on the board at 13 minutes in. I mean, what is this? Southeast Asia? What? Fair. Both the Void Spirit and the Luna need the space, but if Team Lynx don't start getting more kills soon, this is going to be rough. Fortnite Man. Jolly taking some pressure off that tier 1 tower up top. Yeah, he's just buying time for the 14-minute trying to win. Yeah. Melojoul and Bellany. They do find an amplified damage rune. They could just push through on this tier 1 tower with this. Mid push versus the side push mentality. Melojoul still hanging on to the AD rune. Kalmychata. They haven't lost to Team Lynx yet. Their first encounter with them was on the 28th of June, or the 3rd of June, and the second was on the 28th. And it looks like they're fighting back hard. Jezu having the 5th death on the Luna could make things rough. She can recover from miraculous situations, but is this just too much? Fortnite Man. Not gonna fall for the Remnant, but the raise damage is kind of big. Out comes the Global Science to secure the kill onto the Timber Saw as Bellany could just be next. Bedlam turnaround on the Void Spirit, but Disseminate to just eliminate Bellany off the board. Oh, he just basically breaks himself into pieces just to get this kill. Good catch on Bo. Go with the Shackle. Fire Blast for the stun. But the Hypnotize comes through as with a little bit of bounce from Rare Gods. Oh, this is falling like dominoes. John Upro will also be taken down. Where's your AD rune now, bro? Where's it now? Kalmychata. They've got the Void Spirita. Turns back for a Mage Slayer. Just for extra help against the casters. Being the Ogre Magi. And of course, Timber Saw. Great item town counter, by the way. Mage Slayer passive just working overtime right now. But yeah, all's not lost just yet. Solid 5k net worth lead on the Kalmychata side, but Team Lynx, they have options. Jezu going for the Manta first. Is definitely a good one. Catching Woe should be next. It's just they don't really have a solution yet. This John U Pro throws out the Ignite, but instant with a rebound answer, and with the Eclipse as well. Woe is going to keep on diving now. There's a massive amount of damage on the Luna, so if he can just turn around under a tower, that could be nice. As the bounces from the Glaives will take out 2. Ethereal is looking to join up with Jezu, but if he can keep the distance, Anku shuts that idea down. Terrorize coming out onto the 2 as Belling joins in with the Bedlam. Anku looking to just roll on out of here now that he's lost Ethereal, but it could be a team wipe in favor of Team Lynx. Come on, get that catch. Come on, get that kill. Is it gonna be the team wipe for Lynx? Yes, it is. 17-2-2. It's not a 3 edge over there. But they still lose the Luna after all that time. But the very lucky bounces of the Glaive hitting Rare Gods, then going over to Woe, basically killed them both. If, just an if Woe chooses the other side, a different circle, then he might have lived. As Fortnite Man, overzealous, thinking that the enemy is not going to be, you know, fully committing on him after his previous Timbersaw performance. He is really, really delusional. Or just a very, very brave guy. One or the other. Six kill difference, but a 4K net worth lead on Dire. The early game went really, really well for them, but they just keep casting that Bloodlust on Jezu and speed up his farm. He has only 1,000 gold away to catch up with Ethereal, and is right now basically 1,000 ahead of Woe's White Spirit, who is turning back on getting that Radiance. Should be having it sub minute 21 in my eyes. Full control on the Tormentor, as of course the tier 1 tower up top is in no way contested. So yeah, Team Lynx looking at their options, would rather pressure out the bottom lane and keep the farm up for as long as possible. As the Tormi appears, instant rebound and catch. The chained cube goes down instantly. Oh, cool, a little roll up. Oh, it's Pima's shard that we've just gotten. Team Lynx. Need to reset things just a bit. Considering Chain's catch on to Rare Gods, but yeah, you can just rebound out of here. Lojul looking to keep up the pace, as with a slide of fist, he'll just take that kill. Rip him menu, one remnant dodge away from the Pango. One of the biggest reasons you never really liked the Pango Ember Spirit matchups is that Ember Spirit just has way more tools, way more remnants.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Although the win rate between the two of them has changed from season to season. It was just fun to watch them fight again. But yeah, Pangolier mid. Always some group stage team tries it from time to time, but generally just out of favor, out of tempo, out of everything. Raku's build is pretty straightforward. A Fusel Blade into the Aghanim Scepter. He is skipping the blink, as of course Team Lynx need to be the aggressive team. All you need to do is find a good roll angle and then let that double jump do its work. The 7,000 net worth for the lead is only a remaining 4. But with that, you know, it's a start. Kalmychata. They need a little more to make this work. Pima stealing that kill from Ethereal is not going to be As Fortnite Man getting closer and closer to his Aghanim Scepter post BKB. Haven't seen his BKB activated yet though. As Jezu, also ready to start fights, is looking for a BKB of his own. Gonna get it soon. Sitting on the edge once again, Kalmychata. They basically have their side lane tier 1 towers, so pushing is going to be awkward for the Lynx side. As well as just ready to deliver a little bit of punishment. Onto the Ember they go, as the net worth and level difference is now evident. Easy kill onto Melojul. The Global Silence has done its job. But was this sacrifice in vain? Can they go on the bottom tier 1 tower in exchange for this?
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
It's a Glaze bounce. It's a hard sell, but Jezu gonna be bounced on with the Rolling Thunder. They will try and send the Pangolier packing, but with the BKB activated and TPing home, the Luna gone. All they have to do is just leave. Now that he lost their tier 1 tower. Kalmychata just not getting much out of all this. I mean, besides the Ember Spirit kill and the rest of that, but still. With no more tier 1 towers on the Radiant side, the game might just accelerate in favor of the Dire. But yeah, whoa. Indicating that there might be a situation here. Yes, there is. Azanku gonna be bounced on as they will try and follow up onto Rare Gods. Can they get a Record of the Souls off in a perfect position? Yes, they can. The BKB Ethereal turn is coming through as well. Looking to connect onto Jezu. They need a little bit more reach to catch this Luna, though. As Bloodlusted and Solar requested, she's fast as F, boy.
Radiant are scanning.
Team Lynx are hungry for the 2-0. They will have the Luna in the anchoring position. We've seen this before from Jezu, by the way. But 4+1 strategies are just not a thing in Dota these days. They tend to fall apart since the team, all in all, is not providing all the damage needed. But keep in mind, Team Next Level's Luna did win. Question is, can Lynx do it again?
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
$27-19. The net worth lead hasn't really been swinging anywhere in the past 5 minutes. These both teams are in a perfect arms race.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Eligible dancing over to the Sanj post Kaya. That's a good catch. Fortnite Man. Out comes the silence. There could be a global turnover here as well. And, of course, Rare Gods need to take yet a run for it. Ethereal once again with that BKB. Requiem will delete Jezu. Yes, Jezu does get a silencer kill, but that is a steep price to pay for your Luna. Oh, they're overcommitting hard with the Luna back and forth. So Kalmychata. There's more than barely the opportunity that you can keep dominating this game, as Roche is open and the 4-man is going to commit to it. Team Lynx tied on their heel. Let's see what kind of punishment they can offer. Fortnite Man throws in the Chakram. Damage them all down. Why the hell not? But at the same time, Ethereal, whoa, they all commit to it. Woe picked up the Aegis. He's ready to die if need be. As Fortnite Man is just ready to EXPLOD. They will put it down onto Ethereal. But Anku's just cooking with Woe here. Triple kill on the Pango. Oh, actually, all three of the cores in pretty consistent damage form. There's only basically 300 damage difference between all three of them altogether, punishing about 6,000 gold, 6,000 damage, 6,800 damage done. Massive suicidal gameplay committed by Kalmychata, but it's not just keeping them in the game, it's putting them back in that dominating lead. Although, yeah, we are approaching minute 29, and tier 2s are still standing, so I hope that itch will be scratched soon. But yeah, Jezu's KDA is still extremely worrying in a 30-minute game. Usually you see an item or two more on the Luna, as they are looking to be escaping the Aghanim Scepter build. They're going to go straight to the Scotty, more than likely Butterfly and Satanic in the end there. The fact that Jezu's once again just outright farming within vision could be a rough ride. Afghan F4 lead for Kalmychata. Fortnite Man. Good invisibility, but still found with the taunt and everything else. The sentry points him out in the position. Reactive armor active will help a little, but Rare Gods will take the kill with the Fury. They just fully commit. Every time they see the Timber. No surrender. Fortnite Man be cooked. I really hope someone is just going to taunt him in and say, Call of Duty's better. Call of Duty's Warzone forever. You suck. PUBG is the OG. Anything like that would be hilarious, but yeah. I mean, honestly, if you have the gamer tag all 2 weeks, man, what did you expect? But Jezu trying to rat it out on the bottom lane, pushing in as much as possible with the glaives. At least that little bit of attack speed does help, but TPing out with the Ogre Magi and the Luna is a whole different story. Not wanting to commit BKB here is absolutely understandable as Jezu makes it out unscathed. Yeah, the Luna push is a constant threat that Kalmychata needs to consider. As Radiant Triangle is about to be approached. There's that roller. Anku. Double jump into the air. Bounces on the head of Fortnite as well. And as they hit the back and forth, they are going to try and turn around with the Eclipse. But I don't know if the damage is going to be enough. Extra 50 damage on the Luna is quite nice. Along with the Daedalus. But I don't know if they can dish out enough here. Whoa. Just hanging on to as much as possible. Chalk him out onto Mr. Dissimulate. The cut down, the cut back is not going to be enough as Woe commits onto the Luna. Right click, right click, right click, right click, right click, right click. There it is. That's going to be an Aegis at least. Well, Fortnite Man in a little bit of trouble as the Aegis is claimed. John U Pro trying to help out as much as possible. The bounces are there. The Remnant is helping, but Anku just cutting down the helper. Without the Ogre Magi, without the Solar Crest and the Bloodlust, are you enough alone, Jezu? Not really, but Melojoul's here to help. As Woe and Ethereal are ready to make a turnaround once again. Woe He's just kiting them in here. As long as he can get the supports off Ethereal, he should be fine. But Ethereal's dead. Fortnite Man makes the catch as Mellow Jewel, and whoa, Gay could have a spirit off here. The levels are way closer than they were. Remnant dodge, in with the Searing Chains, Manta play. Jezu eating the Remnant as Rare Gods comes in and puts an end to the commotion. Dieback on John U Pro, but at the end of the day, it's going to be a 3-4-3. Pretty much even Steven, despite what the fight recap is saying. This 4K net worth lead has been consistent on Kalmychata, and Gaben still giving them a 60% win probability. But holy moly. A bit of Force Staff action. Oh, it is Hurricane Pike. That specifically makes that separation. $37.25 with a 3K net worth differential. One more minute until the double catapult waves. Maybe that's when both teams can basically relax just a little bit and passively push.
Dire are scared.
12 kill difference in favor of the Dire, but there's just no showing of it in terms of the net worth. The Luna is just farming crazy fast, but can they jump Jezu like they did in the early game? It's rather the question. Bellany breaking smokes, and Woe is breaking hearts. They are going for the approach, but nice clear off with the Solar Quest. TP out of here. They leave John U Pro behind as a token of appreciation. No tier 2's broken yet for Team Lynx.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant are scared.
As Tormentor, number 2, will finally be taken after Nightfall. But yeah, saving the double catapult waves is a different question altogether. Of course, there's just so much wave clear on the side of Kalmychata. Fortnite Man trying his best though. If they could do it up top, they'll be definitely happy.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, pressuring up top will also mean you are being pressured down bottom, as their second to last tier 2 tower will fall with ease. I did forget though, Woe is skipping his BKB, he's going for a Dagon instead. You know, all attribute hero, universal hero. Loves all the agility, intelligence, and strength buffs, so we'll take all of them. Malajul, looking to bounce around just a little bit. Cool, looking to disengage. Fortnite Man in trouble. As Ethereal gonna blow it up with a Requiem. Oh, he dancing, he dancing. On the corpse of the Timber Saw. Fortnite Man, it's not even as close to as the previous game. But yeah, the Luna Shenane shall continue as, of course, I don't know if he pointed out, but we do have a Satanic on Luna. As he skipped the Butterfly, but is looking to turn back to it. Whoa. Gotta get the Terrorize off on him. Gonna join it with the Searing Chains. Eclipse, Eclipse, Eclipse. Rooting it down, but as soon as the Global Silence comes out, can they make a turn with Woe? Astral Step for the escape as Malajul looking to keep up the chase, but Ethereal throws down the enemy. John U Pro and Bellany be gone as the little lunar orbits do help a little, but whoa, Rare Gods and Pima looking to shut down Malajul. Jezu looking to help out here. They will take out Rare Gods, but it's now a 1v4 of the Luna versus the world. But whoa, keeps up the chase. Back to the triangle. Good with the silence. Easy with the kill. It's going to be a team wipe for Kalmychata. A minute 38. The caster curse is real, Morty. If you die in Dota, you die for real, Morty. I was up to the high ground. They can go with this one. 12k in the net worth lead. And Gaben never faltered. They were stuck on this 4k net worth lead for about 12 minutes straight. But he believed in the WoW farming. He believed in the WoW power. And the WoW Muse state as WoW gets contact onto Fortnite Man. Good with Hypnotize. Good with the silence. Can they keep it up as Ethereal jumps in with a Requiem? It's just so much overwhelming damage for the Timber. All it can do is just watch in horror as the SF blows him up. (44-26) as the first tier 3 tower will fall on the Radiant high ground. A minute 39. The bottom racks, it's not even approached. Looks more like Kalmychata. I think of their next moves, their next draft at this point. As Roshan screams, he is only offering Aegis and Banners, so thus this is the second Roshan of the game. As good catch from WoW. This time onto Bellany. Despite the Observe Reward D ward, it's a pretty pricey one. As they only have buybacks on the Ogre, Magi, and the Luna, they need to disperse if they want to make sense of this. Tier 2 on the bottom being ratted, but it's just pressure. It's not really a tower kill. Team Lynx still pushing through onto the tier 2. Let's go, man, to illusions. Can they do it? No! Still 400 HP on the tier 2 as the global silence comes out. There's the Requiem of the Souls onto John Yu Pro, actually. That's an unusual target. They usually blow up Fortnite Man or Melojoule. Ethereal commits to it. He believes in it. Why the hell not? 17,000 in the lead. As well. They gone level 4, level 5 already on the way. There's the build. The beautiful Void Spirit build is complete. Now he's still gonna add a Parasma on top of everything. And the fact that he's skipping BKB is quite insane, but what's gonna stop him, right? The tier 2 up top finally falls. No more targets on the Radiant outskirts. The mid's still open. Mid approach would be logical, but you know, all them super creeps are getting dumpstered by Ignite. And Chakram as well, so it's kind of pointless. The banner. Creeps will be fortified and they're kind of unkillable this way. As Jezu Gonna try and use it to bounce some glaze, but they're just not gonna let him. Requiem of the Souls, delete the Luna for 100. As the constant global silence will shut down the enemy. Silencer's a very well balanced hero, ladies and gentlemen. As Fortnite Man also goes down, John Upro is next. There's buyback on the Ogre Magi, but is there a point? As Melojoule finally comes to return home. Will the Remnants do the trick? The bounce back and forth. It worked in game number 1. But the damage is just not there. Refresher committed as the Remnants bounce back and forth, but it's just not enough. With the Ember dead, GG is called. 51 to 26 in 44 minutes. We're gonna go to game number 3 for a second time today. As the caster curse is real, boys. It's super real. But yeah, Kalmychata game claim game number 2. Global silence. It just won the game for both sides. But yeah, in the end there, it's just not enough. It's just not enough. No matter what you bring against this stupid silencer, it's just not enough. That double global silence just messes you up super, super hard. But yeah, Kalmychata even up the series, and that puts us into a game 3 situation. I am definitely sorry for my fans that were waiting for Impossible versus Namika Gaming, but that will have to wait until we wait for game number 3 right after this break. Is that no one's banning it against them, by the way. As the silencer was pulled off the board, by the Kalmychata team. Thank the heavens, what an OP mess of a hero. But yeah, interestingly enough, even though they had the triple ban, they even had the option of picking up themselves. It looks like neither Pima or Rare Gods wants to play the hero. As Jezu busts out the Nature's Prophet, of all things. Still can be rotated into the support position, so not 100% a core. Monkey King more than likely going into the hands of Melajul into the mid lane. And that shouldn't be any kind of issue. But yeah, I'm kind of liking what Team Lynx are serving right now. As I must say, actually, in the past 5 matches, 3 of them were kind of close, so, you know, mostly misitemizations or mispositions back and forth. Tiny mistakes, which are kind of more common in Tier 3 than in Tier 1 Dota. Because, yeah, the only thing that is tighter in TI attending teams is timings, and I think there's no better example. Yes, you're going to call it, oh, wildcard are just fixing matches for Emerald's booty, but honestly, what I see is that wildcard is just not up for the par for the timing for a European Dota team. Because, yeah, I just feel that they play slow. And you just cannot play this slow. The tempo that they're setting for themselves. Because you're not going to get to the late game. If you don't have the given items at the given time against the given heroes, you're just screwed. As Team Lynx ban their own Void Spirit. What is going on here? What the hell? What the damn hell? Well, yeah. The Monkey King facing off against Leshrac, I guess, is more heavily Leshrac favored. There's still the option of putting the Nature's Prophet in the Axe Core and then the Monkey King and the Dark Willow supports, but honestly, that sounds awful. That sounds awful. Or the Monkey King Axe Core and then the Nature's Prophet 5. Oh, that sounds worse. That sounds horrible. But yeah, Baden gets banned as well. As Kalmychata. What do you address here? Yeah, just take out a Rubik, I guess. Yeah, it's just take out a Rubik. It's kind of an indicator of a potential Faceless Void, which would be funny as hell. But I don't think that's the case here. I mean, obviously you can pick up Medusa in this situation against the Axe for funsies. Or, Woe himself, I don't think, is, scared of any kind of Battle Fury builder. Ursa sounds decent. There's just so many good options here. Ursa sounds decent. I don't like Lifestealer in this situation because when you have the Dawn and the Goat, neither of them are great infest targets. There's no true taxi like a Tusk or a Spirit Breaker. Although Spirit Breaker, according to the pros, has been dumpstered. Yes, Treasure of Darkness is a little slow, but you're still you're designed to be a long range hero, not a close range hero anyway. So I still think SB with LS is good, but LS in this game is not. No Abaddon, no. There's Doom, I guess. But do you like playing Doom into Monkey? Because I don't. I hate that shit. That's just horrible. They go Necrophos over Kalmychata, bro. Bro, why? Axing down the axe is basically like, like getting the Reaper's Scythe on top of the axe is the idea here, but there's Nature's Prophet and Monkey that will just kill you. Like, how are you supposed to escape Bramble Maze, Boundless Strike, Sprout with a Necro? Besides your Shard. As they invest into the Invoker, I'm guessing this is carry Monkey then. With Offlane Axe and John U Pro with the position 5 Nature's Prophet. Which is exactly what we get. But is the Invoker enough of a counter on the Lesh? What does a head-to-head say between these two teams? I do believe Kalmychata is in the 2-1 head-to-head streak. 2-0 head-to-head streak, by the way, between the two teams. So on paper, Kalmychata should win, but I just don't believe in the Necro carry in this situation. Global reactions, one on each, but there's Sunstrike on the other side. The Axe just catches the Dazzle. This Goko can own in the first 10 minutes, but then, you know, you get called, you get sliced into bits, and you die, right? Necrophos comes in with the follow-up, scythes one person. But then you have AoE control with the Dark Willow and the Prophet. And in a better situation, you also have Wukong's command. Or you can just disengage and re-engage and go for the call. Hex wave. Boom, boom. Solar Guardian. I think I'm going Team Lynx. Big Invoker, Nature's Prophet and Axe fan. Global controls are nice. And this is currently the correct facet. As we have an Exort Voker. No, Tornadus. He switched to the very last second. No. Oh, my prediction. Mind of Tornaris Invoker. I mean, the EMP is kind of goated. But besides the Sunstrike, no real global control. I mean, it's not a good Cataclysm game anyway, but still, I mean, it's Nothal projection. It's kind of OP, but yeah. Fortnite Man versus Vo should be an interesting matchup. But I have stated I am going Team Lynx. Let's see if Kalmychata will beat Team Lynx 3rd times in a row. Or are we going to get the Team Lynx redemption arc twice in the back-to-back days?
30 seconds to battle.
Breathe it in.
Though is my caster curse truly a caster curse? That's the true test. Team Lynx need to survive. Because nothing is harder than surviving a caster curse right now. Except for the heat wave in Eastern Europe. I'm hoping everyone has air conditioning out there. Sipping on cool cocktails and a lemonade. I myself do enjoy a lot of iced tea and iced coffee, so that's the only way I'm keeping cool during these casts. Had a gazillion heated. Jezu with the tauntage once again. Zanku once again on the Willow. Yeah, Jezu committing the Boundless Strike to shake off the triple tri-lane. Try-hard tri-lane, as Pima's actually on the SF, the Shadow Shaman right now. I really thought that they would have rare gods go for the Shaman again, and then the position 5 Dazzle, but not the case, as the wave is big on the Jezu Monkey. Of course, no Jingu Mastery kind of means you gotta keep your distance until level 2. All I truly want to see from Team Lynx, by the way, is a pipe. I don't really care who builds it, when it's built, but there's just so much magic damage coming out from the Kalmychata side. It needs to be mitigated somehow. Although I wouldn't mind a Crimson Guard either for the physical, but in the end it's going to be Anku with the breaker. Will crush in the skull of the monkey. Rare gods with the tippage. Are you ridiculed Anku's Pangolin last game? Suffer the consequences. Although Anku did actually win for the Pango in the end. He did do the lyrical voice line twice as well. Yeah, rare gods with the tippage.
Two-legged abomination.
It's kind of insane to think about the fact that we're only on our second series and it's already 5 p.m. But it's just the true nature of Dota. Have a few late game matches, and then boom, schedule is screwed. So, it's not out of question that this situation arises. But yeah, at least in a regular job you get overtime, right? Right? Yeah, that's not the case in every situation, but yeah, it does sound nice. This is John U Pro thinking of rotation up top. Getting the sandwich onto Pima should get them the kill. As Team Lynx put themselves on the board. Could be trouble in paradise for Jezu. As level 1-2. One level in Tree Dance, one level in Boundless Strike. This is rough for the monkey. Despite all that, not the worst situation. In terms of last hits, that is. Keeping a distance from Anku and Rare Gods is truly important. So him mischiefing back and forth into the lane is the way. Yeah, with the Lishrak addressed, Fortnite Man ability. Going for the wave cuts. Let's refocus down on bottom lane as Pima makes the rota on to Jezu, but it is going to lead into Pima dying once more. I don't know where the fake French accent came from, but I don't know. I see Pima, I see Pango. I make the PMP association. And we are getting to like a fairly uneventful laning stage. I mean, Meljules hasn't died 3 times already against Lishrak as he's just holding on to the creeps on the mid lane. Ethereal looking to punish this, as you should. No Diabolic Edict into the lane just yet, but pop them on as Cold Snap, EMP onto the Lishrak. Ethereal just standing through it. Neither of them have that much mana, to be honest, but there's a tornado set up here as John U Pro looking for the play, as out comes the Sprout. Look for a turn with the Pima play. Ethereal has no mana. Has no mana. Where's your mana, biatch? You have nothing. He throws out the Diabolic Edict at the very end there, but boom, shakalaka. You are gone with the Lishrak. What the hell is Jezu doing in the mid lane? We are 6 minutes into game, bro. He wants to on Pima, apparently, but there's a monkey on the tree at my Power Room contest at minute 6. Is this even Dota? Primal jump into the middle. The level 3 Monkey King trying to mount up anything against this level 5 Lishrak is insane as Bellony looking for the Shadow Realm turnaround, but there's just nothing over here for him to turn to. Rare Gods is higher level than the monkey as Jezu tries to make a Primal Spring deep towards the Dazzle, but the Lightning Storm is just working overtime. The minute 6 Shield Rune will be picked up by the Lishrak as... What? What is this rotation from Team Lynx? This is just dumb. This is so dumb. Rare Gods, again with the tip on the monkey. How are you supposed to lane into this? Is what he's saying. Like, come at us if you want us. As in the same time, Fortnite Man gotta try and dodge out with the taunt up top. As in the mid lane, Ethereal gets crushed by the combo. I don't know why Jezu's laughing. because he just got level 4 out of that Rota. At the same time, they are just trying to pull aggro into the mid lane, thus the Monkey King will finally have a lane for himself. But this is horrid. Horrid of a situation for them. Good denies on the bottom lane creeps as the Axe is looking to elevate their farm. Phase boots done, moving over to the blade mill. As I'm not going to get my aura item, am I? That's all I requested from Team Lynx, but it's just not coming. It's never going to come. Which is what you said last night. Sorry, my mic cut out there somewhere. Whoa. Actually on par with levels with Fortnite Man. So the big rotations, there's this weird phenomenon where the top lane is the highest level, mid lane is mid-level, and bottom lane is, we don't talk about that, do we? Yeah, both Melojoul and Jezu off to horrible starts at minute 8. Their net worths are below. Well, the expression in Hungarian would be under the frog's ass. As out comes the Solar Guardian, straight onto the Axe. Fortnite Man, get wrecked. As Kalmychata pick up their 4th. Interesting enough that Woe did not go for the scythe there. He's not looking for charges. He's looking to use the ultimate strategically. As on the mid lane, Rare God's barely surviving, but the Shallow Grave will help. As Melojoul with the chase, Ghost Walk up. Looking for the tornado angle, but he's not going to commit. He's not going to get a kill without a commit. Melojoul pinging the Shaman. Out comes a Cold Snap EMP. Combo. Primal Spring. Boundless Strike. Over the catch. Wukong's Command onto Ethereal, but all in all, it's not leading too much as usual. Caught with a Split Earth. Ethereal still on the chase. The Dust Appearance will catch out the Invoker as Anku, after finishing off Bellany, will connect with the Invo. Get poison touched, my friend, as Anku will get the double kill. Kalmychata evening it up at minute 10. Still, someone we didn't talk about is Woe, and he's just starting to be known for these unconventional carries. He went Force Staff first, above all things. Then moving over to the Radiance, Boots of Travel, as is mandatory on the Necro. Radiance first is basically mandatory on the Necro. This feels weird. All of this feels weird. Honestly, the Monkey King mid rotations. The Necro starting off with a Force Staff. I just don't like this. I feel scared. But yeah, at least 11 minutes in, we have 12 kills on the board. I can't really be too complaining about it, right? We're not short of action as Pima eats a whole EMP on the mid lane. But he is behind tower, so he should be safe as... How come the Bramble Maze? Ethereal looking for the chase. The Pulse Nova doing the work over the Shadow Realm and moving over onto join Uproa as Ethereal just cleans up the supports with the help of his supports. Naughty Projection doing a little bit of overtime as Fortnite Man looking for a good call. Out comes the Scythe onto Melojoul, but he's got enough HP to survive it. Out comes the Ghost Shroud. They just turn on to Fortnite Man. The magic damage is just too much to handle, and they can just turn on to the tier 1 tower as Bellany throws out the Bramble Maze. It will hold on to Anku a little bit, but not too much. Jezu committed the Wukong's Command onto a position no one was even close to. And even if they were at one point under the tower, Yeah, no. No one overcommitted here, Jezu, for them to be punished. It's like, what?
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Is this even Dota? As Jezu is going for the Maelstrom build. Whoa. Continues the farm up on the top lane. But is just now starting to build a Radiance on himself, because he did go for a circumvent and went to Boots of Travel first. I mean, moving speed is important, so can't argue with that. As both the Monkey and the Invoker are struggling to recover, but at least the Spirit Vessel, as far as I can tell, is already done on Melajul.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yes. Good catch on the Monkey. Cut down on Jezu. Zappity zappity. Hippity hoppity. Kalmychata. If they can make this draft work, anything is possible. But yeah, the fact that the Monkey King was shut down during the laning stage will ensure a 2.5k net worth lead between the Necrophos and the Monkey. That in and of itself is kind of big. Thus, maybe the Necro will truly have enough time to actually farm that Radiance out.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
As the Maelstrom is basically done for Jezu. Now the farming truly begins for him. Was John U Pro Blade Mail first item on your position 5 Nature's Prophet? That's new. That's certainly new. But yeah, just basically throw your Blade Mailed Nature's Prophet suicidally at the enemy. As speaking of, good catch from Ethereal. Out comes the EMP Tornado combo. The Cold Snap will hold on as well, as with that Wukong's command being countered. Out comes the Solar Crest. Jezu looking for a turnaround against Vo and the others, but out comes the Scythe of Vice as Vo cuts down the Monkey, and they turn their attention onto Fortnite Man. They will get the double kill onto the Necro. And of course, John U Pro was melted by the Dazzle as well. But kids, what is today's lesson? The bigger they are, the harder they fall, and this early aggression usually has been turned around by teams either riding BKBs or other power spike items. So, quoting Coldplay, everything's not lost. But 16 minutes in, it does look like a dire situation in game number 3.
Is under attack. Dire are scanning. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Anku continues a little bit of pressure on the bottom, as Team Lynx are going for the biggest wraparound I've ever seen. It's even bigger than Crunchwrap Supreme, but Anku farming ancient creeps will be spotted out by Jezu in no time. Although Jezu himself will be noticed in no time. Gives a reward found him. Has a good tree cut from Anku, but it looks to be punished. Whoa, appears out of nowhere. Actually not out of nowhere, but, you know, literally just hanging on casually to life, as Fortnite Man will get caught. The level 2 Scythe is more than enough to kill the Axe off, as John U Pro will also be burned alive by the Snake. The big Snake Working overtime.
Top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Still Kalmychata. Oof. They are going to punish these mid moves from Melajul. Even appearing on the lane, trying to shove out a few creeps. Probably punishable by severe evisceration. Call up on the top lane. They do catch out Woe, but no way. He gets off the Ghost Shroud just in time. Along with the Death Pulses, he's just out of there.
Dire are scanning. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
There's Ethereal. Easy catch on Jezu. They're just constantly hunting him in the jungle. There's just no end to this. Arcane Rune picked up. Ethereal. Searching and looking. Not really finding. As Pima does that kill off Fortnite Man. I'm more interested in this combo situation on the middle.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Quick little sneaky vision check coming out from Melajul. Not much to worry about. There's Big Snake. Will be committed for a Roshan take with the weirdest draft on the face of Dota's earth. Fortnite Man, do we have a blink? Yes, we do. Is it go time? It feels like go time. Let's see go time. Fortnite Man jumping into Roshan, 1/5 HP still on the big bastard. But out comes the Solar Guardian to save everyone as Fortnite Man gets crushed under the heel of the Dawn. Jezu surrounded by everything as the Diabolic Edict will just burn the monkey to ashes. Even with go time, Fortnite Man is not Gohan. And despite my request for pipe, no one is buying the pipe. No one likes smoking the pipe of Insight. That's at minute 21. It's going to be 21 kills at minute 20 on John U Pro being next. As that was the easiest scythe used on Woe ever in the history of Dota. Oh, Jezu. The monkey's so piss poor. I have no excuses. Or any motivations on this one.
Dire are scanning.
Maybe if you itemize towards the Battle Fury. Get it at minute 20, 21. Doesn't really matter, but as long as you get it, you could farm a little faster. Maybe. There's John U Pro. About to be caught as the Living Ward. Actually not. Out goes the Shackle. Bellamy. Looking to be in a little bit of a pickle as John U Pro comes around the bend. On to Pima they go. But a lot of time is bought. Culling Bladed. As Rare Gods, they do catch out Jezu in return. I take that trade any day of the week. If I'm Kalmychata.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, once again, Woe has been defining
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
how the game is played. And while his other four are not over too aggressive. It's clearly visible that they're really, really enjoying themselves. And this crush tempo that Team Lynx need to endure is kind of brutal for them. Three to 7. Oh no, Bellany. You really thought that would work, my friend. Yes, you can curse Crown to Shrag, but I don't think he's going to care at all. As double lanes are going to be pushed through. There isn't really much Team Lynx can do about it. As join up onto Jezu. Oh, the burn. The burn. Holy monkas. 16, 14, and 12. Kalmychata on a beatdown path. Back to the status quo where you came from, Lynx. As easy with the catch. Anku catches the X2 with the help of the dazzle. I mean, to be fair, if Kalmychata win this one, it's going to be 2-1 for the third time in a row between these two teams. The pattern was there. If you did not recognize it, it's your fault. And I just can't blame anyone else but myself for this prediction. As Team Lynx are even struggling to get to double digits at this point.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Easy Death Seeker as... Whoa, is just
Dire structures.
with zero non-care at the world.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
He's not approached, he's not contested. Oh yes, bound to strike on my wave. I don't give a crap. Damn, I'm just gonna take the next one. John Pro farming in full enemy territory, by the way.
Radiant's bottom
Doing the old farming technique with the Nature's Prophet. The old ways, the traditional ways. As good Scythe of Vice onto Jezu one more time. The monkey has officially died 8 times this game. I mean, at this stage, as soon as Kalmychata just walk on high ground, they're just going to type out the GG, no?
tower is under attack.
Oh, this is brutal. Oh, this is brutal.
Radiant's bottom
As well,
is under attack.
cutting out waves. They continue to pressure with Anku. There's 13 seconds until the monkey's back in play. So the 25 waves are coming in. Shackle play onto the Nature's Prophet as John Pro gets deleted.
Radiant's top tower.
John Pro was thinking of becoming a core of his own, having queued up a Force Staff and a Maelstrom. But yeah, everything is just missing on the Team Lynx's side. No BKB yet. And the last outer objective being taken by Anku and Woe.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
But yeah, last tier 2 tower gone at minute 27. 29 to 7 on the board as well. 28k net worth lead. Kalmychata. They should just call me for chatter, but holy hell. Jezu. 2-time EPL champion, by the way. Monkeying about, trying to cut waves for the Alliance. Also known as Radiant, but Melojoule getting caught out one by one. They're just constantly being picked off by this lineup. It's not truly team fights or anything. As whoa, and Pima. Good Hex. Good join. The Shackle is this. The 10 out of 10. They'll take another. As that is officially 9 deaths on the Monkey King. Yeah, Fortnite Man is 171.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And this might just be the first snowball of the day. According to Lord Game, 95% win probability for Kalmychata to take this one. As farming continues, the first tier 3 tower is almost already gone. As Pima's little big snake is working overtime. No Aegis, no nothing. Kalmychata are perfectly confident that there's just no way they're going to get approached. Terrorize call. They will be committing. But Fortnite Man and John Pro be dying. As they're just melting everything in their path. Ethereal takes out Melojoule. There's just no way of stopping them. GG well played is called. 34-7. Kalmychata is still truly the kryptonite of Team Lynx. As they have fought well. They got their 2-0 yesterday. But not today, so not today. Kalmychata take game number 3. So yeah, ladies and gentlemen, I think we're going to call it here for match number 2. We didn't actually, go way too much on the overtime, but since we are behind schedule, I'll throw it over to a break. Congratulations to Kalmychata, 2-1 over Team Lynx.